Hey YouTube, it's your girl Duchess here for a live stream, y'all. Doing a little cost analysis on the whole cost of StreamYard um using StreamYard to go live. So, things have changed up a little bit, but we are here for the YSL trial. So just to kind of catch us up a little bit, Mounk Tounks testified right after YSL Woody. His name is Sledge, and he testified over about a week. And there were a lot of challenges with his testimony, a lot of challenges with his plea deal, and so many things that happened in his testimony. And we know that 5 years of his sentence has now been revoked. I'm sorry, 5 years of his probation has now been revoked. That's a big thing going on in the trial. This just happened on Friday. So I have some links in the description if you want to kind of go back to his testimony. But the reason why I'm here, why I wanted to stream today was one of the lead investigators in the gang unit in Atlanta, his testimony went on last week, and he gave some incriminating descriptions, which is against the rules and against the defense rights. So uh, there was a motion for mistrial, and that motion was denied, but a very game changing um, admonishment was given by the judge in lieu of a mistrial. And I couldn't disagree with her, although the mistrial was also warranted. There's been several of those in this RICO trial. So she ruled that that Donovan Thomas, I'm sorry, not Donovan Thomas. Donovan Thomas is the victim. That this detective's, know how I get nervous with the lies. But anyway, this detective's testimony should be stricken, and that statement that he made should be stricken, and the entire testimony. And he's not able to return to give any more testimony, and they were not even done with his testimony. He kind of blurted that thing out and made this incriminating. It's kind of like painting the client in poor light, because in these moments, or even prejudicial, that's what it was. It was a prejudicial statement against the client, against the defense. And, this is their time to prove their innocence. And you can't put information in front of the jury that gives characterization to them as a criminal, as evidence, because that goes against the rules of evidence, from my understanding. So, and the judge was clear, he should have known better. This is an experienced person, officer of the court per se, and so he should have known better. She wanted to kind of reprimand him, but she didn't. She didn't get that opportunity, but that was her judgment, to just remove his statement, to give statement of correction to the jury for them to kind of wipe that out, took their notes around it, and he couldn't come back and testify. That was a huge win for the defense. Huge win. So, Assistant DA Love filed a motion for reconsideration. They stated some case by case, case literature, case law to support um, her overturning that. They, you know, continue to have argument motions that, the state has. Well, let me just put it this way: the state has a right to prosecute their case, and to prosecute their case in the way that they seem fit, right? And the last thing that they want is any type of hindrance of their ability to prosecute their case, because they are the ones that have the burden of proof, right? And so the judge is navigating that burden as she kind of presides over this case, as she manages this case, calls balls and strikes, as she says. So anyway, the defense was prepared to argue this on Friday. Brian Steele was up on the mic. I love when he's on the mic. And he said that the state has a warped interpretation of what is actually in front of them. But the judge declined to hear the argument. She wants arguments in writing, and they're going to address this today in court. And so I kind of wanted to see how she would rule, you know. I wanted to see how this would go. Will, Attorney Love be back in court today? She had a rough time after some type of ex parte email, and we haven't seen her as much as we have been. But it could just be part of the strategy, and who is, examining which witness. The state is still putting up their witnesses. This motion should be heard today, and should be some case law. And I kind of wanted to see what it looked like. So, without further ado, I'm going to mute the mic and we're going to get into court. Let's go. All right, so we have the defense team here, and I'm going to check some audio and just see how I'm doing. So we have the defense team here, and I'm going to check some audio and just see how I'm doing. So we have All right. Did that. Let's see if we can get to some action. And we will have some action, honey.
I wouldn't permit
All right.
the defense to make that kind of a presentation either. So I trust that everybody understands what they would not be permitted to do. And then we have, yes, because we're clear. We've got.
I'll rewind it a little bit just because I want to catch exactly what she's saying in the beginning.
I printed those out, but I didn't bring them with me this morning. So give me a second. Actually, I think they're arriving right now. So the contours of Investigator Viverito's permissible testimony have already been established as well. And so we won't be changing the ruling on that either. And then we've got motion limine 66, which concerns Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Kwan, and neither side really should be able to say. It seems that the defense wants to bar the state from being able to say the defense didn't call this witness at trial, which obviously they concede they have no right to do and say they have no intention of doing, and they would not be permitted to do such. But at the kind of flip side of the same coin, the defense seems to maybe be suggesting that they would like to present that the state could have but did not call that witness. And I would not permit that either, because we're clearly nowhere near, unfortunately, the end of the state's case. And obviously, Mr. Lamar has now passed, and so we don't know whether they would have called that witness or not. So I wouldn't permit the defense to make that kind of a presentation either. So I trust that everybody understands what they would not be permitted to do. And then we have, yes, sir.
Speak to that for a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good day, Your Honor, and good day, everyone.
Good morning.
So I understand your ruling, obviously abides by it, but what I'd like the record then to show, if you don't find this to be changing, the state sent us lists of witnesses on a short list that they were going to call Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Quan. This was well before September 5, 2024, when he, God forbid, passed unexpectedly. So to me, and the state has put in evidence over objection that starting in the fall of 2014, Mr. Lamar and Jeffrey Williams don't get along, and Mr. Lamar is with Mr. Donovan Thomas, who doesn't get along with Jeffrey Williams. And it's all, to me, it's all made up. It's not supported. Obviously, the jury can make that determination. But I think that it is important that the state, in writing, put the predecessor court, as well as the Mr. Williams et al., on notice that they were going to call Mr. Lamar. They filed their service of a subpoena, and they don't call him to support this, supposed beef. And I can't do anything about his prior statements now because it would be frivolous under 24-8-807, which is rarely used. It's frowned upon, and it has to have the same guarantees as a dying declaration or something. It's not like that. He gave interviews throughout all the years talking about his close relationship with Jeffrey Williams. And if you let that in, that's great with me. But I'm assuming you're not going to let it in, so I wasn't going to try to get it in because I don't think that that's a dying declaration type of statement. So I'm stuck. So I would like the jurors to know that unfortunately he passed, and the state stated that they would call him as a witness and subpoenaed him. And if the state has reasons that they didn't call him, that's fine. I understand I'm opening a door, but that's why I put it in writing. That's my motion.
All right. Well, I mean, if the state's case were over with, then that would be a different argument. But it is not as though the state's witness list has stayed in anything like any semblance of order during this trial. So, I mean, I don't think that if you can get a concession out of the state that they weren't going to call him even if he stayed alive, that would also be different. But I don't think that we've got that situation.
I understand the ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we have this issue of the state wanting the court to reconsider its ruling striking whatever day that was, that one day of the detective's testimony and the defense response. And I believe, and Mr. Armstrong, I see you standing because you might want to argue, but I think that the waiver argument that is presented in the defense response is meritorious. I think that the arguments that the state made after that they were waived because they certainly were not made at the point in time when I could have done something about it. But in addition, the state last week ended up calling a different detective and investigator, Detective Underwood, who's on the stand essentially right now in the midst of her testimony and seems to be covering the same things that the other investigator was covering anyway. So it doesn't even seem, it seems like this whole issue is moot. You may be.
May it please the court, Kevin Armstrong for the state. First of all, the contemporaneous objection rule, which was cited by the defense, which is the waiver argument that Your Honor referred to, is one about preserving an issue for appellate review. It is not about a court who can reconsider their rulings during trial. One of the issues that is here is that the court precluded the state from calling that individual back to testify about other things. And that's one of the things that the state filed the motion for reconsideration to avoid. And so the state is asking that for other issues and for whatever issues that have not already been addressed, the state be allowed to recall Detective Dennis to testify about other matters that were not the offending statement, which the court appropriately excluded from evidence. And one of the things the defense brought up in their response was confrontation. I want to make it absolutely clear that there was no intention in the motion for reconsideration to have state's evidence in that they didn't give the right to confront. And so that was not part of the issue. But the issue isn't only the testimony that was struck from that day, it was his future testimony, precluding him from testifying in the future. And while there are other means to get in some of the testimony, I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through Detective Dennis. And so essentially, it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to, because she was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning, or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, could testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to a statement regarding defendant Kendrick, in which Investigator Underwood was not present for that interview. And so he testified to that. He also testified further regarding the Quindarius Zachary interview, in which Investigator Underwood was not privy to that interview as well. Additionally, Your Honor, he was able to introduce several additional exhibits, to include the Magic City video that will not be able to come in through Investigator Underwood. And I believe those are the three primary things that Investigator Dennis was able to testify to previously, that was struck, that Investigator Underwood would not be able to introduce during her testimony. In course indulgence for one moment.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Steele, I guess you sort of led the charge on this, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to the state's position that the court's decision to strike and prevent further testimony of this witness isn't a remedy that is permitted to the court by statute or the Constitution, and understanding that if this were reconsidered, the state would be, I mean, the defense would be permitted to cross-examine?
So I believe that you have the authority, jurisdiction, and power to prevent a witness from testifying when that witness shows that they are not capable of providing a fair trial, and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton asked retired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car, his initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, you know, that affects Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority to impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 US 337, it's 1970. What happened there, and the US Supreme Court took down, that was an accused right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what their conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case, I just found it amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal 4th, 828, 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client's or Mr. Navarrete's statement. The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, I'm demanding, what are you doing? And the prosecutor said, I didn't know that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Miss Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I had no information that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck, the direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state in California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted, and the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There is no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison 5 weeks earlier? What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you are going to say, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
You may.
There was a defense attorney who raised their hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to be very brief because I don't think what I'm going to add is truly what Your Honor is looking for, but
Jay Apt, Your Honor, good morning, on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, and I'll try to be extremely brief. Your Honor decided this issue in lieu of granting a mistrial, and one of the things I want to remind the court, really I'm just here to remind the court, is one of the reasons for this sanction, Your Honor, is because of, and I'm not pointing fingers at any particular district attorney, but the state's repeated unpreparedness, their repeated discovery abuses. And so this is a compound issue. And I think my perception is that the court finally had to say, okay, we're not granting a mistrial, but we got to do something. And if you now go back on that decision and reverse your own decision, you are essentially creating an incentive for the state to continue these, I'll call them mishaps, whether they're negligent or intentional. And I think the court has sent a clear and convincing message to the state that they need to be buttoned up, more buttoned up than they have been. And so I would ask the court, certainly the court has the authority, and Mr. Steele's done a very good job of explaining that, but I would ask the court to uphold its own decision to send that loud and clear message. Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with Mr. Abt to the point that I would like the court to uphold the determination that the court made, which was that it was not an intentional, willful act, as Mr. Steele has argued. I want to address both of the two cases that he referred to, Illinois versus Allen. One of the issue in Illinois versus Allen was a defendant who refused to act with decorum and was excluded from the courtroom, but was permitted to come into the courtroom if he was going to behave correctly. And so it went specifically to the offensive behavior for as long as the offensive behavior went on. We are asking the court the court appropriately struck the testimony that was at issue. We are asking the court to go further with other testimony that was not the offending testimony. Now, People versus Navarrete is the only case the defense has cited to suggest that this specific remedy was permitted. That is a nationwide search in People versus Navarrete, Navarrete, is the only one that they were able to cite. And that is materially different in a number of ways. Number one, the facts are wildly different. The officer in the case was mad at the judge for excluding a statement that the officer had obtained, and actually had told people that when the prosecutor found out, told the judge after the fact, when they found out, that the officer had basically said he was going to do this because he was mad at the judge and would show the judge what for. That is not anything what happened here. And the reason that the appellate court in California decided that a mistrial was necessary in that circumstance was because of the specific evidence in that case, which is basically three things.
Pause, pause, pause. Could this be Steele's match? This defense attorney is buttoned up. I don't know him. I've heard about him. I believe this has to be the big guns. We also have a new defense attorney on the defense side that had a pretty strong argument. So this guy is coming in pretty strong. I'd love to see how Steele responds to him. Let's keep going.
You had a witness testifying the defendant had committed lewd acts against them. You had somebody testify they took about, I think it was a dozen or more swabs relevant to that. And then you had the officer testify, oh, I didn't think it was relevant to get the swabs because of the statement the defendant made that I can't talk about. The officer specifically said that because it would prejudice the defendant. And those are the circumstances in which it would, in fact, be incapable for a court to take that away. I would note before I go on to my main point about People versus Navarrete is that the California appellate court stated, we note that a trial court can almost always cure the prejudice of an improperly volunteered statement by granting a motion to strike and charging the jury with an appropriate curative instruction. This court did exactly that. It was just the exact facts, how thin the state's case was on that issue, on basically the entire case. And the reason for it was why they decided a mistrial was necessary on appeal. More importantly, this is the case that they cite that says the remedy of preventing Detective Dennis from testifying further. This is the case that they use for that proposition. At no point in this decision does the appellate court address the legality of that. They simply don't do it. It is not addressed whether that was a legal remedy to occur. It's not something that stands for the proposition that the defense is citing it for, which is that the remedy to prevent Detective Dennis from testifying further is appropriate. And so they have not pointed to any statutory or constitutional authority, and under Rule 402, the exclusion of evidence can't exist outside of that in the state of Georgia. Now, I'm sure, let me just strike that. So we're just asking that the detective be able to testify further in the case when the prosecution team determines that he is the person who's best able to testify to facts that are relevant for the jury's consideration.
All right, thank you. So I don't think that the facts in the California case are really that different than the facts here. Frankly, I think that an argument could very plausibly be made that the detective in this case was upset with somebody about his qualifications having been challenged and had made a decision that he was going to show somebody what he thought about that. I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think, like I said before, that the detective absolutely knew better than to have said what he said and did it anyway. And I have given consideration to everything that has been presented, but I am not going to change my decision about this. All right. I think that the next thing that we had to do was the sort out the remainder of what we're calling.
Pause. Shout out to the judge for standing 10 toes down on her initial decision. I'm proud of her. I'm still kind of on this Mounk Tounk situation, but I'm proud of her for standing her ground. Let's go.
The Ryan evidence. So if y'all want to present what you've come to agreement on and what still needs to be litigated. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. And one small matter that's in this act we can address
Okay.
is in the CAD report. Okay. Never mind, Your Honor. Counsel and I have been discussing stuff in frequently. So
Yeah, I know.
I will turn to all that's left to my understanding is the last little bit of Blaylock's Instagram.
Okay. And do y'all want to give me some kind of, I don't know if it's written or whatever, indicator of what y'all have agreed to, or just put it on the record, or what's in, what's out?
Your Honor, I'm trying to think.
Or I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume y'all are on the same page about it and will abide by whatever it is you agreed to.
Your Honor, I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on.
Okay.
Besides what it is we need to discuss this
Okay.
morning.
All right. And so what is it that needs to get discussed this morning?
This morning, Judge, we're going back to content in Mr. Damone Blaylock's Instagram messages between him and third unknown parties. Your Honor had asked me to take a look as far as co-conspirator hearsay.
Okay.
From what I can tell, every instance I've found requires evidence really from the outside that basically you could ignore this entire statement and there's still something to indicate participation in the conspiracy. I don't have any sort of law stating one way or another that that is what is required. I would just point back to the statute, Your Honor, that I think what Your Honor had referred to, I would say kind of are indicia of reliability, that they're talking about things that a person who's a member of the conspiracy would know about. And just simply, that's not what's articulated in the statute. If it was supposed to be indicia, then I think we would be there. But that's not what the statute requires. So I don't think that would be sufficient. I think it truly does have to be from outside of that hearsay statement.
All right. And is there further argument from the state on that? And I know there was one, and there might have been two that we had already looked at that were kind of outstanding. And I had given a preliminary ruling subject to further argument on this. And the second one, I think I already brought up, and I don't know, Ms. Abbasi, if you were here that day, but that I didn't think there was enough, so I have excluded that. But the other one, does the state have any further argument or authority on that?
So, Your Honor, I don't have, the state's argument was in looking at 801 D2E just the basic building blocks of if the court finds through the four walls of a statement, evidence in trial, or some other evidence the state would present. Ultimately, it is the court has to find that that other party, whoever they are, to a preponderance, are part of the same conspiracy against who it's being used against. And I will use, this is, I don't have a specific case for this principle, but I think it illustrates this point the state is making, is if you had, take aside a gang conspiracy, say you had a murder committed and the defendant's phone, they get a search warrant, they extract it, and he is messaging someone after the murder that you do not know who they are. And he says, I need you to go to my house. The murder weapon's in my back bedroom in the second drawer. And they respond back, yep, the police, I can hear the sirens coming down the street right now. I'm going to go grab that gun. Where do you want me to take it to? And they have this whole conversation. You don't never know who he's speaking with. By my reading of, or an understanding of co-conspirator, that conversation, if you had it in that trial and we're trying to introduce it, I believe a court could find from the four walls, so to speak, of that conversation that that person they're speaking with to a preponderance is a co-conspirator. And by that same analogy, if you have in the conversation that the unknown party, so to speak, whether it's their Instagram handle, the fact that they're referencing specific individuals, or that gang APD detectives have referenced are, say, YSL members, or they're discussing locations, or they're using gang identifiers in a private conversation, coupled with the evidence that that hasn't came in yet because no evidence about Blaylock to the jury has came in, but when APD gang detectives to speak about Blaylock and his Instagram and public and private conversations indicative of his own membership in the YSL criminal street gang, all of those the court can use or not use in making that determination. And so I don't have a seminal case that says you need more than the statement itself. I think oftentimes the statement itself, absent this kind of, in a gang context, there's other information versus when you have just, say, a murder case, you would, other than the factual analogy I just gave to the court, it would probably be hard to decipher. If you just had a single text with an unknown party, you wouldn't know who they are unless it was like the analogy I used. So the state doesn't have any additional case law. I always will cite, because I think it's a seminal case and important for a criminal street gang conspiracy, which all of Blaylock's are, the state's arguments related to them are not tethered to the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're tethered to the YSL criminal street gang, at least the ones that are in dispute, I should say.
All right, so can somebody remind me where it is that we're going to find the statement specifically that we had been paused on before?
Don't know if this, I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't know if the state sent to the court a new link, or we're
I'm
still on
sure
the
there was
prior
a
one.
link that y'all sent me at some point.
I can create
Over and over again, I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
for a
Most recent one, I
If
don't
you wanted
know.
to just remind me when that was, I could probably find it.
The-
Or what folder it was in.
Yes, Your Honor. The initial folder was 9 October centralized motion folder in Dropbox. For efficiency's sake, I can
Okay,
quite quickly create and
that would be
send.
wonderful. A new link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I guess it'll be easy enough to see once we're all looking at it again. But I cannot remember whether in this particular one that we were talking about, there was anything like the other speaker's handle or anything like that that would have been outside of the statement itself. So I guess when we get the link, we can look at that. All right, so it was at some point after the 293 one. It may have been the one directly after that?
I
Yeah.
believe we had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 344.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Blaylock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 359.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that starts on
342.
342 and goes through 44?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. And what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of, like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial and is one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions was participated in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Kenneth Copeland returning. And also when this Snake Life Maniac, when Blaylock, who's One King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but and the Snake Life Maniac says, I never met the young rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about rock.
Right, but
Yes, Your Honor.
if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So
The state's understanding and argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this
well, we
individual
know
is
that the
a
statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, that the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of this statement testimony about Pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
your argument?
That's the state's
And in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that outside of the statement alone. So that entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and so the next one would be on page 430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry,
one.
yes. Okay, so 359.
So what's highlighted is Blaylock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back, essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, I will, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So y'all will withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430.
Mhm.
So the individual that Blaylock is messaging, YSC Prince,
Mhm.
he says he's leaving that YL up to you and me. YL is young loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, young loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over basically. Let's push up next weekend. The state wanted to include that because of direct reference to young loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about young loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay, and you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL, and are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here. But if he had not, the state would proffer that Investigator Viverito would discuss that at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence or any-
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So young loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over young life or young loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit, I don't know, far afield.
understood, Your Honor. The state will not
I'm gonna-
utilize
all
430.
right.
And
Okay.
the last one, Your Honor,
Ms. Atkins, do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure, I mean, they're withdrawing it and or I'm excluding it,
Okay.
but, so do you need to?
No, I
Okay.
thought it was still up in the air.
All right, so 2145,
and Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Blaylock is discussing, he says, "You're not slime." And on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And
sorry.
the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Blaylock on page 447 states, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. The state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Blaylock states, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," to this individual when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime. That statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Blaylock definitively stating that he brought this individual into a criminal street gang, and he references the blue house of just a specific location to remind him where he stamped him in. That statement is a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest. And the best example of why it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. Is, and if Blaylock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801D2E is because when he's telling someone, you know, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also, you know, the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of, feels that Blaylock's statement, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right. Why? I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against the penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Blaylock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. The I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
Okay, and understand the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation. I don't see I stamped you in. The other person's statement is also 801D2E.
The other person's statements, frankly, are GMFU and you not.
So how did
I mean, I don't
that conversation
think
further the
it
interest?
seems, I don't think it does, but I don't think those statements are being offered for their truth.
That is correct.
All right. All right, so what's the next one?
Your Honor, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bassi or Ms. D. Williams, but all of the remainder of this are conversations we have discussed that are pertaining to the February 23rd, 2019, the day of the murder itself, not gang co-conspirator statements. They're tethered to, they're ones we've discussed of no issues with. Unless
Okay.
defense counsel corrects me.
That's right?
Accurate.
Okay. All right, and so is that it for?
That's the entirety of Mr.
Ryan
Blaylock.
evidence. All right, and when are we, you know, we discussed before about how we need to get to this kind of grouping of evidence before the end of this month. Is that going to happen?
Your Honor, there is yes, Your Honor, the state, we could reach this case today.
Okay. All right, sounds good then. And then how about the Mr. Arnold scheduling? Is that gotten nailed down? Okay.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward just to get us back to what's happening in court. Because I always start a little later when I stream, um, just to kind of give me some leeway in the dead space. But shout out to the judge for standing down on her ruling. I'm proud of her for that, although I would have liked to see her reduce Mounk Tounks, her ruling on his revocation to be less than 5 years. But that's a different conversation. Just trying to get us back to whatever's supposed to be going on in court. All right, here we go. Is this a non-jury day? Oh, there's Miss Love. Child, her crooked shady self. She is something else. I can't even. I'm just gonna hold my peace on that. Child, I don't want to get caught up. I do not like being caught up with the rest of the class on court because then I lose all my fast forward time. Are they at lunch? They must be at lunch. All right, so maybe they're at lunch, guys. I'm just making sure. Anyway, as we close out for lunch, I really wanted to see if Judge Whitaker would go back on her ruling because that really, really could have been a mistrial, and there has been several motions of mistrials. They were all valid, so that was the strongest I've seen her come down in reprimanding the state and their actions. And I thought it was pretty decent to restrict his testimony and not allow him to come back and testify again at all, which was very damaging to the state's case. And I think that they deserved that hit. So I kind of wanted to see what. Oh, they're waiting for the jury. Thank you for that. I kind of wanted to see what if she was gonna stand on that, because the defense was trying to kind of meet her in the middle, like, okay, we understand, you know, you've restricted his testimony in all of today's testimony, but to not allow us to bring him back was harsh. Um, I saw that, and I'm just thank you for that. And I'm just kind of recapping because I really don't like dead space in the lies when I cover because I get bored. But I'm so glad that she stood 10 toes down on that. Um, on his testimony coming out because I believe he was just as much as a star witness as YSL Woody was. Like they were really dependent on him. And he made that statement that kind of got him thrown out. So I was very, very happy of that. I am King. What are your thoughts on the Mounk Tounks situation? You seem to be kind of um, really invested, as some of us are. So, what are your thoughts, if you have any, about the Mounk Toonk situation where she just revoked 5 years of his probation? I mean, it was to me. It was better than what he was facing, and she went with the perjury piece. But I could not get over, for me, the fact that they wanted him to. They put in his statement that he saw something
I'm a big fan of Mark Robinson. I endorsed him out of the gate.
For me, there's no compromise on abortion.
Essential to have Mark Robinson with a sidekick.
It's not your body anymore.
And I endorse his candidacy with everything I've got.
What is it that brings folks back to our beaches again and again? Stunning beauty.
Okay, let me just pause this so I don't get that interruption again. I'm sorry, that jolted me. But what was I saying? To me, his plea deal, they wanted him to testify that he saw something or witnessed or heard something that he didn't get firsthand. He's saying that he got it kind of secondhand. And then they added in a whole nother statement that he saw at the time for him to sign it in front of the judge. And he did perjure himself, when the defense cross-examined him. He went back on a lot of things that he said to the state. So I guess I get that. I just really hated to see the state be rewarded for their antics. I can't not see it that way, but I guess I am grateful that he may not even have to serve the whole 5 years, and that's less than 30. They were trying to send this man up the road for 30 more years. And, so I kind of have mixed feelings. It was hard to see. And I expected it when he testified that this would happen. But, you know, I just didn't want to see it go down that way. So I didn't know if you had any thoughts on that. And I do appreciate um, you giving your feedback about Detective Dennis and his testimony being thrown out. Because I will mix up some names. I think I've called him Thomas, which is very disrespectful because that's one of the victims in this case that has been addressed in this case. So anyway, I'll try to hang around. I'm going to hang around until the jury comes back. That's what we're waiting for. I know it's not even. Are they even bringing the jury in today? Or we're just waiting for them to come? I would have expected, because this was kind of, court proceedings before 9 o'clock, that they would, that they would have been there. So, am I caught up with the rest of the class? I guess I am. Anyway. Maybe while we wait, I'm going to. I don't want to see Detective Dennis. I'm sorry. I do not want to see Mounk Tounks get locked back up, but I was thinking about streaming something else. Because it's such a good live. I have 7 people on the live, so I really wanted to give us some more. Give me a moment, y'all. While we're kind of in a break, I think I'm gonna give us some more content to look at. I'm gonna mute the mic and I'll be right back. You guys, while I'm waiting for them to bring the jury in, I wanted to go back to Mounk Tounks' testimony just for a moment. So I'm going to stream that for a second, if you guys don't mind. If you do mind, put a 1 in the chat. I don't want to bore you guys. I'm just trying to find something entertaining while we're waiting for them to come back. I kind of got what I needed this morning. But I do want to look at Mounk Tounks' testimony and what happened with him a little bit. So I'm going to mute the mic and hopefully you guys will hang out with me for a little bit.
During that short time, were you comfortable enough expressing to your attorney things that you didn't understand?
Yeah, I did tell him certain things I didn't understand, but
And did you,
not every time. Not every time.
what things did you not understand that you did not talk about with your attorney?
When I signed that agreement, I just thought when I get up there, I would be able to explain my truth.
And going back to all that is in the document, do you recall raising your hand and swearing under oath to tell the truth on December 28th, 2022?
Yes, I'm telling my truth. Yes.
Is your truth different than just, any other truth?
I guess.
And what do you mean by that?
I thought I would be able to explain an explanation of the reason of me signing the plea agreement.
Okay, let me ask you this. On December 28th, 2022, did you go into a courtroom in front of a judge?
Yes.
And did you swear an oath to tell the truth of every question that was asked of you?
Yes.
At the time that you swore that oath, who all was in the courtroom with you?
I want to say you and my attorney
Who else?
and Mr. Glanville.
All right.
I don't know the other people, the court reporter and stuff like that. I don't know they not.
Other than me, people that you recognize as being a part of my team, the judge, the court reporter, and deputies. Was there anybody else in that courtroom with you when you raised your right hand and swore to tell the truth?
No.
After raising your hand and swearing to tell the truth, were you asked about the factual acknowledgments contained in States 444 Yankee?
Yes.
As it relates to the factual acknowledgments, did you swear under oath that each of those factual acknowledgments is true?
Not to the ones I was trying to have you to change.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury your truth today regarding, let's start with the numbers. And in fact, Your Honor, the state tenders pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee.
I object to it coming into evidence, Your Honor, it's being used just as a demonstrative, not
It is,
Go ahead.
I'm not using it as a demonstrative. I am tendering it as substantive evidence, as a prior inconsistent statement, given the witness's testimony, and given that he seems to lack an independent recollection of certain portions of it, as a past recollection recorded and as impeachment by contradiction.
I did not hear anything that needs, does not recall, I have not heard that, and he acknowledged it, he's explaining it to him.
So some of this is certainly a prior inconsistent statement. I mean, it may be that it needs to be more narrowed down than that.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to show you pages 3 through 7 of State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And Your Honor, I separated out the first two, and
All
I'm
right.
going to pass it back to this one. Mr. Sledge, would you please take a look at pages 3 through 7, and without reading out loud all of those lines, read to yourself and tell the jury what numbers you are testifying today are not true. Name all of the numbers that you're saying on 444 Yankee, pages 3 through 7, that are not true today.
You said 1 through 7?
On pages 3 through 7, sitting before you now.
Okay.
You want to just use this piece of paper
Yeah, but I
and
thought,
jot down the numbers. Just jot down the numbers of everyone that you're saying today are not true.
from my understanding, I thought we couldn't talk about 3 through 6.
Oh, no, I need for you just to write down on the piece of paper in front of you each number that today you were testifying is not true. That's all I need you to do.
So there's a part 4 that is numbers 1 through 16, and then a part 5 that's 1 through 6. So just do part 4 and then part 5.
I don't see one on this one, not on 3 through 7. That what you said? Or do I need to flip on the rest of the pages?
Mr. Sledge. Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
do you understand what I'm asking you to do?
Yeah, you said write down the ones that I'm saying not true today.
Do you understand what the judge said?
You know what? Maybe just go through it one at a time. Have him look at part 4, number 1, and say, is that true or not?
All right, let's do it that way.
Okay.
You keep
Oh,
the document,
I'll give
keep
you a
back the
pen.
pen. Thank
Okay.
you. All right. Let's start with number one. Today, is your testimony that it is true or false? And to be clear, today, your testimony today, is it true or false?
This is replay. I'm just filling time in until today's jury come back
I
at
agree with some of it, not all of it.
and I wanted to go back over Mook.
So is number one as a
It's just been written.
whole,
Hey, John Starks.
like
Thank you
the
for
whole part number one, is it inaccurate or accurate?
It's accurate.
Even the parts that you don't agree with, you're now saying are accurate?
I agree that it all accurate
Why did you say that there were parts you didn't agree with?
because I was looking at the increase of notorious street credibility.
Mr. Sledge, has anyone encouraged you to do anything other than be honest today?
No,
So would you please tell the jury whether the factual acknowledgement labeled number one under section 4 is true or false?
true,
All right. Number 2, is it true or false?
true,
Number 3, is it true or false?
true.
The whole thing.
I see the part where it say threat the harm. I didn't threat to harm him. I just made a statement.
So let's put it this way. If any part of either one of these,
But
to your testimony today, if any part is inaccurate, then we're going to call it false. Okay?
But from my understanding, I thought when I signed, I'd be able to explain, but okay, you could say true.
Mr. Sledge,
Hang on. Yes. Use your mic. I think they're back for the moment.
May I object to the form of that question, please? We're just going to call it. Let the witness testify, not the state.
Your Honor, I'm framing my question in a way or manner that the witness hopefully can clearly understand. He seems to,
Okay,
I'm trying to frame.
Can we not argue?
Hang on.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Sledge,
Yes,
for the purposes of my questions to you right now, if you disagree with any part of any one of these statements, we will call that, for the purpose of this question, false. If you agree that the entire statement is true, we will call it true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yes,
All right. So, understanding that, number 1, is it true or false?
true,
Number 2, is it true or false?
true,
Number 3, is it true or false?
true,
All of it.
yes, true,
Number 4, true or false?
true,
Number 5, true or false?
true,
Number 6, true or false?
true,
Number 7, true or false?
false,
Number 8, true or false?
false,
Number 9, true or false?
false,
Number 10, true or false?
I can say true,
Number 11, true or false?
true,
Number 12, true or false?
true,
Number 13, true or false?
true,
Now, looking at page 5, the sentencing acknowledgments. If you today understand the whole sentence, tell me yes, I understand. Because my question is going to be, do you understand each of these sentencing acknowledgments? Okay?
yes,
All right. If you today do not understand any part of any particular one, then tell me no, I do not understand today.
right,
All right. So number 1, do you understand today, number 1?
Well, we went down to number 5 right here,
Yes,
to
sir.
number
Page-
1,
Yes, sir. Page 5 of 7.
Yes, part 5, number 1.
yes,
And number 2, do you understand number 2? Yes or no?
yes,
Number 3, do you understand number 3? Yes or no?
yes,
Number 4, on page 6, do you understand number 4? Yes or no?
yes,
Number 5, do you understand number 5? Yes or no?
yes,
Number 6, do you understand number 6? Yes or no?
yes,
And the paragraph underneath number 6, do you understand that paragraph? Yes or no?
yes,
Do you need time to look at it some more?
no,
My next set of questions deal with your understanding on December 28, 2022. I'm going to ask you again about the statements underneath part 5, starting on page 5 of 7. Okay?
yes,
All right. So now we're talking about your understanding on December 28, 2022 with the same set of rules. If you understood all of it, please answer yes. If on December 28, 2022, you did not understand any part of it, please answer no, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah, I understand what you mean.
All right.
All right. Can I get some clarification? Because
Yeah.
you're saying you're asking the same thing, but
And I
for
already
2 different
said-
time periods.
Thank
Your questions, I'm asking this a lot that. For
Yeah.
number 4, previously were, is it true or false?
So, Your Honor, we're not talking about number 4.
Oh, you're just asking that about number 5.
That is
Okay,
correct.
all right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sledge, as it relates to part 5, beginning on page 5 of 7, and your understanding on December 28, 2022, if you understood all of it on December 28, 2022, please answer yes. If there was any part of it you didn't understand, please answer no, okay?
Yes,
All right.
I got you. I know what you're saying.
Number one, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand, no.
Number two, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Okay.
Because I didn't even know I said that.
Number three, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either, Ms. Lowe.
All right. Number four, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't understand that one either.
Number five, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
You just asked me about these same questions.
No, sir. I'm talking about back on December 28th, 2022.
I didn't understand it.
You did not understand number five either?
No, ma'am.
And number six, on December 28th, 2022, did you understand it?
No, I didn't really understand that one either.
The paragraph underneath number six, on page 6 of 7, did you understand it?
No, because I never even read this. I didn't understand.
You did not understand that paragraph?
No.
Okay. We're going to backtrack just a little bit. Would you please turn to page 5? And now, going back to the true or false answers. If any part of the factual acknowledgments I'm about to ask you about are untrue, then please answer false as it relates to today. If they are true in their entirety, please answer true as your testimony today. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Number 14 on page 5 of 7 under the section labeled factual acknowledgement. Today is your testimony that it is true or false.
Truth, I could say truth about that.
Say that again.
True.
Okay. Number 15, true or false?
True.
Number 16, true or false?
I say false, but I don't agree with everything they say in it, so I say false.
Okay. Thank you. Starting with the first factual acknowledgement you said was false. Am I correct that it was number 7 on page 407?
Yes, I told you that one was false.
Everyone before that was true. Is that right?
No, I told you number 7, number 8, and number 9, and number 10 were false.
You said number 10 was false.
Yeah. Oh no, I said it was true. My bad. I had to read it over. I'm sorry.
Okay. So as it relates to number 7,
Is it the portion before the first comma or after the first comma that contains what you now say is false?
I say the one false back told.
So is your
Yeah, 'cause
testimony
nobody,
that you were never told?
I was never told.
Okay. Number 8, which part of number 8 is false?
I misunderstood that the whole thing
What did you misunderstand? What do you mean?
because I didn't know it said, personally, I thought when my lawyer was explaining, he said responsible. I never knew it said personally, no, because I can't personally know I wasn't there.
What do you mean when you say you thought it was responsible?
Because I was charged with it, Ms. Love. That's why I was charged with the murder. So I was thinking like.
Were you indicted for murder?
No, I never got indicted for it.
Okay.
But I was
So
charged.
Yes.
That he be allowed to finish his
Yeah,
answers.
let him explain.
please continue.
Yes, I was charged by the DA office.
So how does that factor into your misunderstanding about the meaning?
Because I didn't know it said, defenseless person and know one or more YSL member that committed the murder. I don't personally know. I wasn't there and no one never spoke it to me. So I can't say I personally know.
Okay.
If I personally knew I was there, I witnessed, I seen you do it.
Okay.
But other than that, I can't say I personally know that.
What about number 9? What part of number 9 is false? All of it or just some of it? As you testified today.
He gave YSL's associate money to lay low. And that's what it say right there.
Is it your testimony today that the portion that reads, he gave YSL Associates money to lay low is false?
Yes, that's false.
Mr. Sledge, do you have any recollection of asking?
Well, what I would say, the word, you used the word lay low. I would have used the word to get family members out of harm's way. That's what I would have used. If I'd have gave you this, that's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said he gave us money to lay low.
Is it your testimony that you did not send those words to the state through your lawyer? Is that your testimony today?
I try to get my lawyer to change this because my words was to get out of harm's way. I don't know how it still became lay low. My words and the notes that my lawyer took down, it was to get me and my family out of harm's way because on January the 10th, I was accused of the murder. By the streets, not by your district attorney office.
Understood. All right. Thank you for clarifying all of that. At what point, Mr. Sledge, going now to the sentencing acknowledgement, starting with number 1, where you say you understand it today, but did not understand it on December 28th, 2022. What happened to cause you to understand it?
What number 1 on the first page? You
Page
lost
5
me.
of 7.
Yeah, so you lost me.
Under section 5. Want me to point it out? That one.
All right, I'm going to pause it right here. The jury should be back today. Really soon, they should be coming back. But um, I wanted to kind of get to this point because those factual acknowledgments were key. When he said that they went back and changed it, and he wanted his lawyer to go back and change that statement because that was not his statement. That is actually what happened in court that day. And the state even called his attorney up to testify around the time frame and what was happening with this plea agreement. And the attorney said himself that, listen, we agreed to one thing and I sent his changes to you. And when we appeared in court that day to sign this agreement, these particular changes were not made, and there was an additional statement. And I told him that he would be able to explain that should he be called to testify. The man's mom was really sick. I want to say deathly ill, but I don't want to misspeak because she's now deceased anyway. It was around the holidays. He was locked up in Rice Street. He had every reason to want to get out. And a lot of what they had put in front of him, he was already guilty of. And he was facing the rest of his life in prison, 30 years, you know? And so he signed this plea agreement and he came in and he testified. And it was a mess. It was a hot mess. Don't get me wrong, it was a hot mess. And he couldn't recall a lot. He played a little bit of the YSL Woody script. He just didn't play it very well. And when the defense began to cross examine him, his testimony was very much in favor of the defense. He recalled a lot more. Um, it was just what I saw was a young man who um, was excited to be almost acknowledged and he wanted to support Thug. And so he was very truthful, maybe, I don't know. But he definitely was a state witness that was really in favor of the defense, obviously. And he got himself into some trouble because he testified to one thing with the state and then another thing with the defense. So his testimony and YSL Woody's testimony kind of blew the state up. It just blew their case up as if it wasn't very solid in the beginning, but it definitely blew their case up. As well as when his attorney was called to the stand, he testified that when they received that statement back for them to sign, it was not what they had agreed to. And the judge acknowledged that. The judge even said, like, look, this didn't play out well for you. Let's not try that again. Like, so when they revoked his probation, given all that happened, for some reason, I thought the judge would be even more lenient. And that's my own naive kind of thing because I think that she's done a decent job of trying to be fair and acknowledge the state's rights. I can tell when the state is coming for her as if she's hindering their case. And I'm looking at this from an employer perspective as well, and the judge kind of just managing the courtroom as an employer. You know, I agree with everyone who says DA Love should be fired, and this entire prosecuting team should be before the bar. At the same time, they're still employees of the state, and those state laws is a whole nother beast. And so I still have to be honest and say that I'm disappointed. And I didn't want to see that happen to Moon Toonk, although I suspected that this would happen. And I really hate it. At the same time, she got him on perjury. And he did do that. So here we are, you know. But anyway, I just kind of wanted to give us a break on that. John Starks, I so appreciate you jumping in the chat and giving me your feedback, you know, and contributing to the stream. I don't stream every day, and definitely not on this channel, but I really wanted to hear if the state was going to be able to successfully argue today on getting the detective who is such a crucial part in their case, because Detective Dennis is testifying on the whole gang piece. And the state is still struggling to prove that YSL really is a street gang, let alone getting over into this RICO thing. But the RICO piece of the case is still very fragile because they only have to prove one intrinsic act, right? So it's still real fragile. Anyway, without further ado, it's 1:02. The jury's supposed to be back. So I'm going to mute the mic and get us back to today's court. I put links to these videos on the Mounk Tounks place, in the description of this live stream. I've covered it on Break Bread with Duchess 1.0 at Duchess Breaks. So you can definitely go over there and catch up on whatever you like. Muting the mic. Thank you guys so much for joining the live, and I'll get us up to speed on today's court. Be right back.
Right in, please. All right, I assume we're going to be picking up with Detective Underwood. Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and get her on the stand, we're going to get the jury out. Unless, let me ask, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we get the jury out and start with testimony again? Nope. Nope. All right. Okay, let's get Detective Underwood. And we can be getting the jury out as well. All right, the jury's going to be coming out also. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't write it. You know what? It's probably on this witness.
As we wait for them to file in, I'm just going to
You know what?
say that I'm rooting for the defense. I'm rooting for these guys to be able to go home, especially Young Thug. It's clear that they just wanted to hang this man, and all the antics that have gone on to kind of get to this one person and the violation
Detective
of
Underwood?
rights. I can't support it.
Oh, maybe Mr.
So I'm
Labate?
team defense all day,
Yes.
and I may stream the rest of the
Get out and
day
get her.
just because, even as a juror, because I was
I mean,
initially looking at this as a juror, they've lost
sorry to
me,
keep you waiting.
and now I'm totally on the defense side. But we'll see what happens in court today. There's always something. You just never know. It's like a crazy reality TV show. So shout out to everyone who has joined the live today. Thank you so much for your support. Um, I'm still learning and growing, and I mean, I'm just happy to have you here. So I do appreciate you. Jump in the chat and, you know, give me your feedback. You definitely don't have to agree with me. And I love a good logical argument. Love it. So um, I'm going to mute the mic and I'm here. And I like to put my commentary just in the chat so that I'm also contributing. Mr. Max Short here, my favorite. I love me some Short, y'all. I mean, of course, Brian Steele, our walking law encyclopedia, definitely a fan, but I like some Max Short too.
All right, thank you. Everybody can be seated, and we're picking up with Detective Underwood's testimony.
Good afternoon, Detective Underwood. How are you today?
Good.
All right. Soon as Ms. Knight gets set up, we're going to start with some defense exhibits that I want you to look at. Let me ask you this while we're trying to do this. Last week, you said that that some of the violence died down in about March of 2015.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit, Mr. Williams, number 19. Do you see what the cover of that says?
Rodeo tour,
And what's the year?
2015.
And I'm going to flip to, I believe, page 3 of that exhibit. What does that say?
Tour schedule.
All right. And can you tell George roughly when did that tour begin?
Look like Saturday, February 28th, 2015.
And when did it end?
Maybe it's the last date on this page is April the 3rd, 2015.
And prior to today, had you heard of this tour?
No.
Do you know Mr. Williams was featured on this tour?
I don't know. It just says rodeo tours, but I don't know who. It don't say who was featured.
I want you to go back to that tour date page.
Okay.
Do you see a stop on that tour for Houston, Texas?
Yes, March 23rd, 2015, Houston, Texas.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 418Y. When you look at State's Exhibit 418Y, do you see the caption on that picture?
Yes.
What is the caption on that picture?
We in Houston with this S word.
Okay. And are there emojis next to it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell what those emojis are?
Snake emojis.
All right. And what's the date and time of this post?
9:43 p.m. 3/22/2015.
Okay. And in looking at that post, are you able to identify any of the individuals in that post?
Yes.
Okay. If you can permission for witnesses to step down?
Yeah.
And using this, the model board, you can just tell the jurors.
There should be a pointer somewhere and a laser
Oh,
pointer.
I got it. Just who you are able to identify now.
Vivian Arlington, Shannon Stillwell, Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley, Montavious Stevens, aka Tick, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, that's Demise McMullen, aka Nard, that is Antonio Sledge, aka Mounk Tounks. I'm not sure which sister this is. It's one of Williams' sisters. I don't know which one. He has a couple. I don't know who that is or that.
Okay, thank you. And did you say that the tour made a stop in Houston around that date?
Yes.
So based on this picture and the tour dates, is it fair to say that at least for this date in March, some people associated with YSL was in Houston, Texas?
Yes.
Now I want to go to what's been marked as defense, I think Williams 220. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through defense exhibits 220A through XX. And as we scroll down, I want you to tell me the dates that are in January. And as you're looking at the dates here, and you can slow down a little. As you're looking at the dates, are these dates, let me know first, do they appear to be in chronological order?
I can't tell. My screen
Is
is not.
there a paper copy of this exhibit?
Right.
Would it be easier to let the witness look at the paper copy?
Well,
Unless I can make my screen a little bigger, because it's kind of minimized.
And as I'm looking for the paper copy, if it's easier to turn around and look at the bigger screen to see if you can see the dates on the bigger screen.
I mean, I can see the date on here. It's just the actual window is not as big, I guess.
That's as big as it is on anybody's.
Yeah, that part is not. Is that all? Yeah, that one would be bigger.
Are you able to see the dates on the flyers?
I can.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling until I can find the paper copy.
Okay.
They do appear to be in chronological order as well.
Yes.
Well, it's fine, Miss Hilton. Y'all sorted out the issue with her
Yeah,
not being able
I
to
can
see.
I can see
it,
the
so
dates
she
on the
can see
flyers.
it.
It's just kind of smaller than what it probably should be.
And are these flyers now in the month of November?
Yes.
And now these flyers starting in December.
Yes.
Are we now in January?
We are in January.
Is this the first one in January?
Yes.
What's the date of this post?
January 18th, 2015.
And sorry, going back to this post, where is this show located, supposed to be performed?
Like I said, Tampa, Florida. At the bottom, maybe.
Is this another one in January?
Yes,
What's the-
January 21st.
And is that in 2015?
Yes.
Where is this supposed to be performance?
She moved it up a little. It looked like Santa Ana, California.
Are we still in January?
We in February now.
Okay. And I just want to keep scrolling down, see if we see anything else for January.
No, it's still February.
Now, I asked you earlier about the rodeo tour, remember?
You did.
Do you see Defense Exhibit 220 KK?
Can she roll it up just a little, maybe? Okay.
And remember earlier I asked you who was on that tour?
Okay.
Who's on that tour, that rodeo tour?
Travis Scott and Young Thug.
And that's the same tour that's in the book that we just referenced a few moments ago?
Yes.
And where the group was in Houston, or where the tour stopped in Houston in March of 2015?
Yes.
Now, are we in March?
Yes.
Okay. Are we now in April?
Yes.
And are we now in June?
Yes.
And is that the 220XX, that the last of the exhibit?
Yes.
Were the only two January flyers January 18th and January 21st, 2015?
I think so.
Okay.
It wasn't very many January.
All right. Did you see any flyers for January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Did you see any flyers in Miami for the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Have you ever been to Tampa, Florida?
Yes,
Have you been to Miami, Florida?
yes.
Do you know about how far the distance is between Miami and Tampa?
I haven't driven them. I know from Georgia, where my house south of Atlanta, it was like 10 hours when we drove to Miami, but I have driven to Tampa, it was like 6 hours.
Okay. So from Atlanta to Tampa was 6, from Atlanta to Miami was 10.
Right.
Now, in 2015, immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas, were there social media posts that appeared to threaten members of YSL?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the type of posts those types of posts?
Hearsay, best evidence rule.
Sustained is the best evidence.
Have you seen pictures of those types of posts?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 546 Yankee. Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 546 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 546 Yankee?
I recognize it because back during the Operation Planners investigation, we actually had a war room at APD.
See the terminology? Don't take anything from the fact that they called it a war room.
It was like our meeting room.
I understand.
And we put all our pictures on the wall involving the Operation Planners investigation. So we would collect social media posts and we would put them all that was related to the actual investigation on the wall. So we had this particular one on our wall.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the one of the posts that you had on your wall?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I say what I intend to say, Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object under foundation and authenticity. Just because it's put on a wall does not mean where it was posted or found.
All right, sustained, but you may establish a foundation if you can.
Was this, where were these posts?
On social media.
Okay. And was there a particular name or social media account that were posting these type of threatening posts?
Yes, I was named.
Reading from a document, not an evidence.
Sustained.
We're looking at that, refresh your memory as to what the name of the post was. Just look at it. If it refreshes your memory, look up when you finish.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The name of the actual account was Death to the State N-words.
And were there multiple posts on that website that you all gathered back in 2015 from?
Yes.
From that website? And is that one of those posts?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my objection, which was the same as Mr. Steele's, regarding the authenticity and foundation behind these posts.
Okay, overruled at this
and-
point. Go ahead.
My objection is we're talking about the collective, we did this, we did that, and I don't believe that this witness is the proper foundation for these posts. I don't believe this witness collected them.
Did y'all work together as a team to collect or view social media in order to assist with your investigation in this case?
Yes, we work as a collaborative group between Atlanta PD Gang Unit and ATF.
And as a part of this, is this one of the posts that you saw on social media at the time in which you all were investigating Operation Planters?
Yes.
And was this pulled from the site that you saw on social media?
Yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And what was the nature of what the post would say? So not specifically, but what was the nature of the post when you all were pulling? And let me answer that question. What made this of interest to the Atlanta Police Department?
I'll object to that phraseology. First will be hearsay and then talking for other people. I will
Sustained.
What was the nature of the post?
The nature.
Overruled.
Actually, there were threats coming in right after Donovan Thomas's murder from this particular social media site, and it was towards only members of YSL. So it was significant for that reason.
Thank you. Now, after 2015, did you all continue to look at social media even after 2015?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to direct you to 2019. Did you have the occasion to look at a post of an individual standing on a car?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may approach the witness freely.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3TT. Without telling me what is contained in the picture, is that a picture that you've seen previously?
Yes.
And where did you first see this picture?
On social media.
And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the authentication and foundation of this photograph. I don't think that this detective has the personal knowledge of who took the photo, who posted it. Whoever posted the photo should be the one laying the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And specifically talking about the picture itself, what was of significance, without saying what's in the picture, what was of significance of the picture itself?
Significance was disrespect from one gang to another.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that response and ask it to be struck. That is beyond 24-7-704B. Talks about the significance of somebody's state of mind.
Sustained.
as a gang investigator, what was of note in that exhibit?
It was a individual standing on a vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, who did it belong to?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If it's within her knowledge, don't speculate.
It was Rayshawn Bennett's vehicle, YFN Lucci.
Okay. And the person on the vehicle, were they a member of, okay, were they associated with another, a rival gang of YFN Lucci's?
Yes.
Okay. And
Objection, Your Honor. There's been no foundation laid for how this detective has knowledge about someone's clothing.
Actually, yeah, there has. Overruled.
And it was that of note when you all first saw this picture back when you first saw it?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 3TT into evidence.
3 TT?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at Exhibit 3TT, is the car that you were just referencing this blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right. And was it of note of the individual standing on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And again, was this posted on social media?
Yes, it was.
As a gang expert, is there some significance of a person associated with YSL standing on top of a vehicle with someone associated with YFN?
It is significant.
Your Honor, I'll object under 24-7-704B about the significance of somebody's mental state.
All right, I don't understand it to be asking that question. Overruled.
What, if any, significance is that as a gang investigator when you see a post such as this?
It showed the, like I said earlier, the disrespect between, I felt like that this particular.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, this is a sign of.
Just a second.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's also calling for her to have
She's been qualified as an expert.
I understand, but she's just because she's an expert doesn't mean she knows someone else's mental state.
And she's not testifying to their mental state. Overruled. Go ahead.
Working as a gang investigator and dealing with different actual rivalries and, the gang problems that we have had in the city. When we saw this particular post, we saw that it was like a gang member taking a shot at another gang member by standing on his vehicle outside of one of our malls here in Georgia.
And what mall was this?
Lennox.
Now, we've spoken about this term gang culture. Can you just briefly explain to the jury, when we talk about gang culture, what, if anything, are we referencing when we talk about that term gang culture?
I think of gang culture as the behaviors, the actual gang showing their characteristics, may it be whether they're displaying their hand signs, their colors, their tattoos, and just their way of life as gang members.
Can music be a part of gang culture?
Yes.
How?
A lot of the gang members, especially here in Atlanta, uses music to express themselves. They kind of, talk about where they came from, how they came from it, things that they've done, their lifestyle in the music.
Do gang members sometimes use music to promote violence and fear of their gang?
Yes.
How?
Hypothetically, if gangs are beefing and even if they're local and they know that they listen to each other's music, they would take a shot. One gang would take a shot at another gang by saying disrespectful things or just letting them know that they are actually targeting them or talking to them through the words that they use.
Do gang members use music to promote allegiance to their gang?
They do.
How?
They brag about their gang. They glorify their gang. They glorify their gang members. They show the, like you said, alliances. It could be a blood gang that's, really, really friendly with a Crip gang here in Georgia, and they will actually shout them out in music.
Do gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
They do.
How?
They send messages, indirectly, maybe directly, just, they might say, I saw you at the club, or I jumped you at the club, and you are this gang, and they might call out that particular gang in the song, or they may not.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
I just want to know if there's a waiver of objection under 704B. I believe this is all person's mental state.
All right, I don't think that anything I've heard so far is in contravention of 704B. You may have a continuing objection.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
Yes.
And do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness?
Could you slow down reading?
So sorry. Do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness with their fellow gang members?
They do.
In your experience, what genre of music do gang members use to promote their gang?
Just from my experience, being here and working here in Atlanta for over 30 years, I've only seen the gang members use rap music.
Does it always have to be rap music?
It don't always have to be, but that's what I've seen over my career.
As a gang investigator, do you focus on music and hope that it leads to an investigation? Or do you focus on the investigation and it may lead to music?
Sustained.
I'll ask first. As an investigator, do you focus on music?
No.
What do you focus on?
The crime at hand and the actual person that committed the crime.
And are there times in your investigation that music may have become part of your investigation?
Yes,
How is that?
because if it's a particular person that was maybe a singer or a rapper or whatever that may have committed a crime, that us looking at the crime, me looking at the particular crime will kind of lead me back to the music portion, or if they're a rapper, or if they, like a lot of gang members here in Atlanta, they call themselves rappers, but they're like studio gangsters, or they just put music out on YouTube. So we, even if they're not as big as most rappers, we still pay attention to what they're saying, the drill music that's going on, and because a lot of time it does lead to violence.
And you said drill music. What is that?
Drill music is kind of something new where the rappers, they kind of talk about, they rap about violence, and they mostly target, you know, the rival or the ops in that particular music. And it's really fast and really, you know, they actually, like I said, talk about violence, talk about firearms, talking about drive-by shootings. And that's been popular here in Atlanta as of recent.
And as you're listening to the music, are you in your mind thinking about your investigation and whether or not there are particular words in the music that match your investigations?
It depends. Every investigation is different. So if we do listen to it just to see if we can get any kind of, I guess, maybe confessions. Sometimes it's confessions in music, or any kind of thing that is said that relates back to our investigation.
Now, as an expert, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals. If you heard a gang member sing a country song about putting 100 rounds in a Tahoe, and that song comes out a year after a rival gang member was gunned down while standing near his Chevy Tahoe, and that Tahoe was hit multiple times with bullets, would you consider that song in furtherance of the gang that gunned down that rival gang member?
Sustained.
Would that be consistent with something that's in furtherance of the gang? Not if you say
Overruled.
Like I said, each case is different, but if a country artist did do that and that country artist was a gang member, then yes, we would look at that gang member furthering the gang in that particular song.
what if a gang member had a calypso song where he said, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. And there was some information that members of that particular artist's gang shot at his rival gang member's mother's house. Would that be something that you would look at as being consistent with furthering the gang?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're listening to songs, if they come up in your investigation, will the entire song be disrespect or have words of cohesiveness, or would it be portions of the song? What has your experience been when you were listening to the music?
My experience is it's not the entire song. It might be a verse, or it might be just a line or a couple of words or a few words.
In preparation for your testimony, were you asked to review 3 songs in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
You're welcome. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 535 Y Alpha, 539 Y Alpha, and 537 Y Alpha. And tell me if you recognize those as the songs that you were asked to listen to.
Yes.
First, starting with 535 Yankee Alpha. What is the name of that song?
Slime, S-word.
And who is the artist?
Young Thug.
Now looking at 537 Yankee Alpha, what's the name of that song? Excuse me, 539 Yankee Alpha.
539 is gonna be Just How It Is.
And who is the artist?
Young Thug.
And then looking at 537 Yankee Alpha.
It look like it says Juice WRLD, Bad Boy featuring Young Thug.
You're on this time of state with like the tender and the mid. States Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
What are Yankee? Because all she's testified to is the Yankee Alphas.
The actual song. So was 535 Yankee the song that you actually listened to prior to?
Yes.
Okay. For each, that's true for each of those.
Is 537 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
And is 539 Yankee the actual song that you listened to?
Yes.
I just want to say with like the tender and the mid. Stacey Exhibit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
All right, those are admitted. Overruled.
And permission to first publish 535 Yankee.
Slay. Hey, get out your motherfucking seat to this one, you know. Slay. 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 100 pounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take him down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck a jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, bricks and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Slime looking slime. Maniac don't have a mind. These niggas be bitches, a lot of them snitching, a lot of them dropping them down. I come to the point of my life that I just want one of my wives. I think that I want that new Sprite. We rich, so I know that it's like. I'm so true to shit. I'm some humble shit. Diamond dancing bitch. YSL VVS. In the Ville, and I got that pistol on my hip. You praying that you live. I'm praying that I hit. Hey, did that slime shit. Need a slime bitch. Couple mad shit. Down the ride shit. But the police. In a high speed. Let her out and bleed. Let her out and bleed. 100 rounds in a tall nigga. Lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck up jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, wrist and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not ludicrous. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a other bitch. Got banana clip for all these niggas acting up. These niggas sandwiches in the street, they need hood on fun. Got 10 trucks slaps, stay bunking, all of them doing on. They just be talking, I swear these little fuck niggas don't want. I ran up my money and I'm still in the trenches. Working calculators when we fuck with weight, we call them bitches. Got burger lotion, true, they with me. Real neighborhood. Banking neighborhood 6. Tiny low still fish. I get it, I get it, I get it, I help it, I get it on my own. What? The burger said they got me so high, I swear to God, I'm in my own damn zone. $1,000 on cologne. All of the extras up off of your home. And it's big like the dome. Hold up, caught your buck calling my phone. Man, I just sold up. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah. Give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town. I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit. Hey, YSL shit. Hey, kill it 12 shit. Hey, fuck up jail shit. Hey, drink it at the bitch. Hey, on that snail shit. Hey, cook it white brick. Hey, wrist and bell shit. Hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Did that slime shit. Did that mud shit. Did that $100,000 do the charge shit. Down the dial, but they rush it, cut it to my money. They say we getting money, now these niggas acting funny. And they all fake. Like some bitch titties. Tell they bitch another locker, we ain't fucking with them. And they goofy niggas, and they hold tight. For the jail, why I say all that mall like. Yeah, we got these bankrolls on us, we in Vegas. Yeah, I ain't going back and forth with y'all. Hello. Yeah, I'll bet me $100,000 tonight, all motherfucking hundreds. Good, check. Yeah, put me up.
And looking at State's Exhibit 535YA, when did this song come out? Or when was the song at least posted on YouTube?
March the 25th, 2016.
And as an investigator and an expert, were there any particular words of note to you as you listened to this song?
Yes.
What were those words of note?
The 100 rounds in the Tahoe.
And why was that of note to you?
Because 2015, the year prior, we had investigated murder of Donovan Thomas where.
Hang on just a second. Yes, sir.
I'm going to check this point. This court, the trial court in this case, has previously ruled that.
Do we need to take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse y'all for a minute, please. And Detective, I'm going to ask you to step out, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there's a previous order in this case bifurcating any expert who would be on the stand in this case, who would also be providing factual testimony.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Splitting out the factual and the
And
expert.
so, yeah, and this witness is now, she's given expert opinions, which we've heard, but now she's testifying about factual information. And I think that's going to mislead and confuse the jury. And even if Your Honor doesn't believe so, there's a previous order that in this trial, we would have a bifurcation of those issues. So I would object to her testifying about any factual information about what happened in 2015. I also think that I also want to raise an objection because the state has proffered this evidence as something that happened in 2016, when in fact, I think the state is misleading the jury, because this particular song that they've now introduced and played to the jury was actually recorded 2 years earlier in 2014, prior to any murder of Donald.
All right, well, you'll be able to cross-examine on that. Can you address the issue of the bifurcation?
Yes,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
not address the issue. I know that was the order. Address why this is or is not violating that requirement that the fact and expert testimony be bifurcated.
Your Honor, there is evidence already in about the shooting of Donovan Thomas. I believe as an expert, I could simply ask her, I can probably show her the evidence, the pictures of the evidence that we're discussing at this point, to make sure that we don't violate her talking about her opinion as to why this song was significant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking through when we have a medical examiner who is an expert, who can talk about the facts of the autopsy and give their opinion as to the cause and manner of death, that this is similar in nature, that she as an expert can speak to specific facts and give her opinion as to why that particular fact is of significance in her opinion. And so that's what I'm trying to correlate it to, very similar to a cell phone expert who can talk about the facts that come out, but can give their opinion on certain information. I'm trying my best to correlate how we can do those two things, because I do think an expert can speak of facts and how those facts can form an opinion.
All right, so are we finished with the portion? Has this witness testified to all of the facts that she's going to testify to as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever you were about to elicit was
information that has already come out, but we're not.
right. I mean, you were getting an expert opinion on something?
Yes.
Okay.
If the state proffers that they're going to stick to asking about expert opinions, then I'll withdraw the objection. It certainly sounded like to me that she was asking about factual evidence about an incident in 2015.
Okay, but you're not establishing that fact through that witness. You're asking, why is this fact significant to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't think that violates that bifurcation order. All right, let's get the jury back and the witness. Is there anybody that knows that we need the jury back? I don't know. I think. We surprised y'all with a short break. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So I think when we left off, I was asking, what was of note to you in that song?
The 100 rounds in a Tahoe.
And why was that as an extra of note to you?
Because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. When he was murdered, he was standing outside of his Tahoe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 6 Exhibit 8Y. I'm going to also show you what's been admitted as 6 Exhibit 12Y, 27Y, 26Y, I'm sorry, 218Y, 174Y, 193Y, and 221Y. Is that the Tahoe that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that of note because of that particular wording in the song?
It was because it was actual crime that was committed with a murder happening, and the fact that it was a rival between the two. It was a rival between the YSL crew and the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood, and it was significant for us in our investigation.
And when you were talking earlier about sometimes gang members use music in order to let me make sure we get the language right. In order to send messages to rival gangs, is this an example of that type of messaging?
It is.
Overruled.
It is.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
I think the part about killing 12.
And why was that of note?
Because the police is referred to as 12. And if you're, I guess, rapping or singing about killing somebody in law enforcement, that's not nice.
And let me ask you, this was in 2016. Were you aware of any incidents of YSL members alleged to have shot at police after 2016?
After 2016, yes, we had a police officer shot, a gang officer shot.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection I raised previously.
Sustained.
Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
If you can refresh my memory with a copy of the lyrics, maybe.
I'll get you a copy because my copy has writing on it. My copy has writing on it, so we'll get you a copy. We'll go to the next song while we're getting you a copy. I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 539Y. Is that just how it is?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Diamonds speak a boo. Ooh, ooh. I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh. I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress. Cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest. The riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch. Cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch. Cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list. Cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop. I'm telling you just how it is. Put it in a Uber. Send it to a shooter. Ask me how they do it. Kick your shit right, you. Put it in a cab. Send it to an Arab. Hit him with the mat now. Now it's whole body scale. Cash on delivery. Hey, go talk of that century. Oh, no time for gibberish. All the critic cleariness. All the bitches lipstick. And that pussy slippery. I can call a troop. Go by the name of Duke. Can't never can't go loose. I can send them moves. Niggas sold a chain, but they ain't worried fool. I'ma keep on spinning till they tell me who. Ooh, ooh, diamonds speak a boo. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress. Cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest. The riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch. Cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is. I don't gotta throw you shit like Captain. Nah, I got 7 bitches with me, Captain. Yeah, R.I.P. Nipsey, I can tell you how to get rich. I can tell you how to die or how to live in this bitch. I can tell you how to talk the most impeccable shit. I can show you how to walk like you got decimal, bitch. Show you how to get the top from all the top 10 bitches. I got white out of Ross, I like my son. I got lights on, baby, I got mouse in this bitch. No flats on, caught you like your mouse in this bitch. Roll tycoon, and I took some losses, you bitch. I'm a boss, but I don't like to take a loss in this bitch. Such a player, but I can't get hold of all of my bitches. I got layers, I got millions, I got all type of business. Fuck around and add a pussy nigga out like minute. Last nigga tried me, almost got popped in minutes. Ask the cops, ask the detectives, they know all the business. Ask the cops and the detectives, all the jurisdictions. Ask the kids at school who ambition, all the mission. Gave the lawyer close to 2 million, he handled all the killings. I don't know and I don't wanna know who flaws business. I don't know what's going on, bro. I think they all spilling. Don't speak about shit on wax, it's all my business. We known to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. Ooh, ooh, diamond speak a boo. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress. Cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest. The riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch. Cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch. Cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list. Cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop. I'm telling you just how it is.
Okay, I just gotta pause for just a second, y'all. I need a YSL slime playlist. Can y'all help me out? I really enjoy that. I almost want to rewind it. I guess this state is proving that Thug is a good artist, great artist. I'm not seeing the connection to the gang part. Like, I see what they're doing, but why so Woody already said that, I mean, he probably is the one that took out Nut because Nut threatened him for stealing his stuff. Then you have the Moon Toonk, and I think Woody gave this testimony as well about a girl being involved. Um, it's just so much that's going on with this case, but it doesn't tell me that Nut was murdered in furtherance of the YSL gang. Then you have Threat, who was thrown under the bus the same weekend that Woody um, had that 48-hour piece. So I don't want us to forget about Threat. as well who had his beef with YFN Lucci, and they shot up the barbershop and probably shot up his mom's YFL in Lucci's mom's home because of something Threat had going on. So I mean, these lyrics are damaging. I'm going to give them that. I don't have a whole lot to say about that, but I'm still going with team defense. I'm still with the defense. If I'm the jury, I'm still on the defense side. It's just a lot that I can't ignore. But let's get back to it. Man, y'all tell me what that song was. I enjoy that. Back to the case.
When was this released on um, Mr. Williams' YouTube channel?
September 16th, 2019.
What, if anything, was of note to you in this song?
We killed the biggest kitten of all kitties.
And why was that of significance to you?
Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood family, Bloods. He was a high-ranking member, well-known, well-respected, I guess, among his gang.
Overruled.
Was there anything else of note to you in this song?
It was a part about I did the jacking and the robbing. Now I'm rapping.
Okay. And let me ask you specifically, in 2013, were you made aware of any robbery in which Mr. Williams was a person of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Did one of those involve an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can approach.
Yeah, I think y'all might need to.
Of Archillian Bennett in May of
All right, me yapping bought us a little fast forward time past that little bench thing. It should be coming to a point soon.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So before we broke, we were talking about an incident in May. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1AA. And you were speaking about brief. Do you know where this is or the location?
Look like Trussell Tree.
Okay. And are you aware of an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking earlier, based on your review of reports and information that you gathered as an expert, were you aware of a robbery of Archillian Bennett in May of 2013?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a police report involving Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
In which she alleges to have been robbed in 2013?
Object to what she said. It's a leading question and good facts and evidence.
So I'm trying to narrow down the issue so we can get to the answer as an expert that she's reviewed and she's aware of
All right.
this.
So the jury will recall what the prior testimony was. Go ahead.
And as a part of that, are you aware who was a person of interest in that armed robbery?
Yes,
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 23AA. Are you familiar with the individuals in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the two individuals in that picture?
Look like Jeffrey Williams and DK, and his name's not coming to me right now, but his nickname is DK. He's a YSL member.
Okay. Does the name Walter Murphy sound familiar?
Walter Murphy, yes.
All right. Now I'm going to also publish for you what has been marked as 170 or admitted, excuse me, as 175C alpha starting at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
Hey.
So you got minutes on the phone.
Bro, what's up, man?
What to do, Brody?
You alright?
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to a nigga thug, though.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, know how that nigga, man, them nigga down there got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man? I seen
Little
that
nigga
shit,
DK,
man.
little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no
Nigga
reason,
said-
though.
That's why they started shooting that child.
Man, that nigga just start busting for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, boy. Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thug got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have followed Thug there.
Fuck that
Everybody
wall.
happened for a reason, though, man. They got to get this shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah. Everything happened for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What
thing
they
I did. Sit around, got there last night, got there talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never got there do it like this. I never do this, man. Can't no
What they got you charged with, bro?
shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge. Goddamn the aggravated assault. I ain't charged with none of that shit today. I could have gave him AC name and been at home child, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought you did. I kept telling the store, don't tell them
I
their
just
name.
know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out Rob, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life.
For sure. That what's up, nigga. Cause goddamn, I ain't see DK them pull out on that boy. All they know is Red. That nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said, too.
For sure. They just let that nigga out, though.
Around, man.
They just let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti for Cleveland E. Goddamn, up through the top of there, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartments. Goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, boy, ran me clean over.
That was goddamn double thumb, man.
Big Nick out.
Yeah.
I hit you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright though, ain't it, bro?
Big ass knot on the back of my head.
That nigga skate brought the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, when I'm trying to get the fucking call.
Yeah, what they told him, bring him to the person who you let the car to.
Nah, he's my goddamn. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them folks car fucked up.
Yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you so much, nigga.
That shit,
Hey, man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that bit on news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
No, they just show you get in the police car.
Oh, shit, man. I made the news.
Well, that shit everywhere, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
Man, they really get out, man. They don't, like I said, everybody have for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure,
I don't
bro.
know do shit with nigga like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. That would have been so sad, man.
Like, I can't even think about this. All I've been thinking about all them, like, just told, babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck, man, broke over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go on and get it, bro. I said the same thing. You
Man,
gotta go
when
on
you
and
see
get
it,
it
you gotta
there.
go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken shop right there by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them, I turn around, I'm following them nigga. I follow them nigga all the way up there on Summerdale. So, okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Wow. 12 goddamn bag up, turn around, bag up. Niggas, by that time, they're trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate, through Summerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet car sprint clean through the window, boy, down like it had went through my head, boy. I got came through my head and came out my face, boy. Bullet car clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cub, man.
Big police shot.
12 shit. Big Cub, DK had to shoot that nigga. Cause 2-3 shots went off with the car. And we were jumping them hills and shit. So I was like, damn, boy. After we fair, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head and shoot me, boy, cause the nigga ran.
That nigga thought they got down Big Fred got out the car, the police shot, they were still shooting.
Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cub. So him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap my 22 at home and my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro.
Huh?
You got that $150 out my cup holder.
No, so he had $150 to go buy the lean.
Nah, man.
Well, no money in the cup holder, bro.
That was my motherfucking money.
Yeah, he said he had the money to go buy the lean.
Nah, I think I had them $50, $40. He didn't even have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. Well, he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck goddamn come off 100. I told him, hell no, nigga got them go 50. You go 50.
Nah, Buck told me gave you $150.
No, them gave me nothing. I had a 50 of my own money. I had $350. They got $340, $5. I got to let Babe come down here and goddamn go to profit and get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a profit release form or a waiver form.
And we're going to stop it at 10:46. In 2013, and have you looked at any reports of a armed robbery of an individual by the name of Derek Dotson?
Yes.
And who was a person, or who were some of the persons of interest in that particular case with the armed robbery of Derek Dotson?
Your Honor, object on the bifurcation issue.
This
Overruled.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. Just legal report.
Overruled.
Jeffrey Williams and Walter Murphy.
Have you heard of the name of Adrian Bean?
Yes.
And what about individual by the name of Frederick Prothrow?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Williams ever charged with either the two incidents we just referred to?
No.
No, he was, or no, you don't know?
No, he was never charged.
Okay. Next, I want to go to 537 Yankee.
And make sure that you know that we're all human beings. We all on the same earth. So with that being said, you can achieve anything, if not more than what you see other people achieving. And that's facts.
Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When they got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rags, boy. I been jumping out these birds, McCoy. No one bet my rich $1 million 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant. Rent the GTR, I love the crash cars. I'm a bad boy, so I got a bad bra. Futuristic ride, from Mars. Smith and Wesson 45, all in his heart. They done play with me, kills and stay with me. Yo, baby, lay with me. She fell in love with my eyes, she the hockey ring. Come to kick it, I'm not on the soccer team. Won't make it as part of my prophecy. Rap Simmons, match my prodigy. I'ma do the dash, get to the bag, ain't no one as bad as me. Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When they got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No one bet my rich $1 million 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant. Sticky, sticky, Ricky, I smoke skittles, not no sticky. I shot at his money, now he no longer mention me. You say you want smoking, I've been coming down the chimney. You got barbecue, your bitches are so fried and they crispy. I had all my jealous when I shot at the cut. Act like you on wall and they gon' smoke it like a plant. I'm just keeping it real, but your 100 spin black. Sports Ferrari got the pipes at the back like a stank, yeah. That's to the side of the bench. I keep it the bench. I keep you a text. I be a mess. I bust on the chest. I made a mess. I went for the best. Go like a chest. I be the best. I got the neck. I can turn a check. Live like Project X. I ain't Smith and Martin Lawrence. I'm a bad boy. When they got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No one bet my rich $1 million 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant.
We can stop it at 246. What is the date of the release of this song? Or at least when it was posted?
Say premiered January 15, 2021.
And were there any particular words of note to you in this song?
Yes.
What was that?
I shot at his mommy. He no longer mentioned me.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as 1 triple DI. Are you familiar with what that location is?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Zone 3.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That location was YFN Lucci's mother's residence during the time that she was a victim of 2 drive-by shootings.
And would it be of note, hypothetically speaking, if the drive-bys were purported to be by members of a particular gang whose gang member wrote a song or sang a song that says, "I shot at your mommy, now you no longer mention me"?
Yes, that would be significant.
Overruled.
Why would that be of note?
Because it actually happened. It was a real crime that happened where the rival's mama was shot.
Showing you,
You understand the bifurcation
Yes.
issues, so.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 4 DDI. And 5 DDI. 6 DDI. 8 DDI. 11 DDI. And I'm going to also show you 1 GG. Is that the same location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 GG. Showing 6 GG. 14 GG. 17 GG. 20 GG. And 26 GG. Again, as an expert, what if there's a word such as "I shot at your mommy" and you no longer mention me, and you see particular evidence of that when you're doing your investigation? For you, in your opinion, what if anything, is being communicated?
Sustained.
Why is that of significance to you?
Because
as an expert, why is that of significance?
I don't know what the answer is going to be, but it is potentially going to be a 704B issue. So
I'll move on, Your Honor.
all right.
Now, we spoke about the first song, Slime S, and you said you wanted to look at the lyrics to see if there was anything else of note to you. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535YB. Would that help refresh your memory to look at those words?
Mhm. You ready for me to answer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just looking at the words, as far as significant, for gain or furtherance of gains, the part about the neighborhood
Hold on.
sixties.
Consistent with being, just what is of note to you without talking about whether or not
Just,
it's
just some
further?
lyrics about, neighborhood sixties and troop and stuff like that.
What is the significance of troop?
Troop was a, NH60, leader in, over off of Old National Highway.
Okay, you said an NH60.
Neighborhood rolling 60.
Okay. I want to ask you a few more hypotheticals and then we'll be concluding. Hypothetically, if there was a member of a gang who shot at or in the direction or shot a gang investigator that was trying to arrest him, and this person shot at him multiple times, would it be of any significance to you as an expert if there was a song by a member of that same gang and in that song it says killing 12? Would that be of any significance to you hypothetically as a gang investigator?
Your
as a
Honor,
gang-
I think so.
No, Your Honor, that was the one that you sustained it earlier for mentioning that Mr. Apt objecting, you sustained it earlier.
That's incorrect.
He asked.
You sustained a different objection I made. She was allowed to testify about her opinion about 12, and it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
And I'm not talking about the word 12.
Sustained.
Just generally speaking, when you talked earlier about how the music plays a role sometimes in your investigation, again, are you looking at to see whether or not there is some information that may or may not support any music that you may listen to, that you may find as a part of your investigation?
Objection to our investigation and the contours of it is irrelevant.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I object to the premise of her investigation. She can testify to facts. She can't educate the jury on what's important to her.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. As a gang expert doing your work with gangs, if music becomes a part of your investigation, does it become important if there is any type of evidence or information that support what may be contained within the music?
But the same objection, not down to Kennedy jury anyway.
Sustained.
As an expert, was shooting at a police officer, could that increase the status in a gang?
Yes.
How?
It shows your, the other gang members that you are willing to put in work for the gang, put your, life on the line, because sometimes if an officer fires back, then you can be killed, so you will risk your life for the gang. But if you can do it and get away with it, you get stain. And stain, the definition of stain is you get like, not really rank, but you can get like appreciation, or you can get, street creds. with a lot of the gang members are looking for to be get street creds, not only from the higher ups in the gang, but from the gang members that they, you know, roll with, or even just from the public.
Thank you. Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Don't ask this. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music.
Okay.
And how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out, or a record label put out for public consumption, besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
You can continue.
I was just saying, I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out, that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, you know, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? You know, how many times in Jeffrey Williams songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors, they probably know. But
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a smash and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him, and that he...
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury, and I'm going to excuse you, please.
Oh, snap. Snap. This can't be good. It still has a motion already. What did she say?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or or used poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life. Whatever the quote is.
She did.
Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony. But I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Or you'd prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it'll be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Okay. We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language, I'll just be a couple of minutes and then I'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate, and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that that might get into bad character evidence? Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, we'll take a quick recess.
How-
10 minutes.
All right, I have some T-ball time, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit. She did say that his way of life, and it did catch me, but not in the sense of. But Brian still is correct. They can't be making statements that can basically persuade the jury as evidence. Like they call it facts as not in evidence or something like that. Let's see here. But I'm going to try to get us. Well, I guess we'll get caught up to the rest of the class, looks like. We won't have that long to wait. That jury thing tanked the little room I normally leave myself when I stream to be able to fast forward, because y'all, my ADD. It cannot survive this mess. Anywho, she did say that though. So let's see if she can keep it together the rest of this cross. And I'm sure Sharp may cross her. I would like to see what he has to say. Sounds like we're back, you guys.
Your Honor, if you would just consider asking the jurors if they can strike from their memories, their notes, the last response. It was non-responsive of this witness, and we will do it again.
I'll just say disregard the last response of the witness who was non-responsive. And then pick up from there. All right.
Then, Your Honor, can I just reserve my motion for mistrial? Thank you.
And then feel free to re-ask it in a way that is not going to elicit.
And her name is Carolina. She's beautiful and she's sweet.
And the jury out. It'll be a couple more minutes. So we'll just recess in place for a few minutes.
I don't know, y'all. I'm not sure these and I'm biased for sure, but I'm still not seeing how the lyrics, I get that it was, years after and they're basically testifying or admitting guilt to some of the crimes that have happened before. But to me, that gets into the theory of it with all the facts that have come into evidence that favor the defense. Um, and then the corruption of it all and the tricks with the detectives and interviews and all of that piece and all of the motives that they gave these guys to give whatever testimony they did. And I still can't get out of my mind how it's on the phone calls and in jail phone calls and in Woody's testimony that he told them that he lied long before they got to this point, and he did his time for the crimes or whatever that he had going on with the federal case, which is what they tried to use against him to force him to do a plea deal, and he decided not to plead out. Like, it's so many different things that have come in favor of the defense, plus what I've witnessed of the prosecution and their antics and how far they will go. It's just not doing it for me. But the one thing that has me concerned is the co-conspirator piece, that one one act, that co-conspirator actor. The word may be leaving me right now because it's after lunch and I've eaten and the carbs have taken over. But intrinsic act, that's the term. They only have to prove one intrinsic act, and so that's how we kind of keep getting over into these other little petty crimes. I mean, and of course, not all of them are petty, but I guess I should say ancillary crimes that are supposed to be in furtherance of YSL. But I honestly don't see how they've proven that YSL is even a gang. Um, there's a lot of doubt on that and a lot of testimony that kind of steers away from that. Um, and that Jeffrey Williams is even the head of this gang, um, this enterprise. There's certainly a lot of evidence of a business and merchandise and all other things. And then everyone that so far has been kind of woven into this piece in terms of the state's evidence. I mean, and I know we have a lot more witnesses to come, but in terms of that, it just hasn't connected as what they're queuing it up to be. Now, Mounk Tounks was the first, well, no, we have Quindarius Zachary. He also testified, but Mounk Tounks' probation revocation, those 5 years, it's going to take me a minute to get off of that. But they are also setting the tone, right? Because they have some other witness testimony that also got plea deals, and they're going to have to play it smart. They can't play it the way Mounk Tounks played it, or they're jeopardizing their freedom, and I don't want to see that for anyone either. Really, I just don't trust the state. I don't trust them. I don't trust their evidence. I don't even trust the people that are testifying because of what I've witnessed. They just can't be trusted. So have they lost a jury? I don't know. They've certainly lost me, and I started watching this case because of what was going on with Woody. That's just kind of what brought me in on it. But I was still trying to, just see what was really true or what would I believe as a juror, and I'm just all the way over to the right. Like I pulled up a chair and I'm over there on the defense team, like all the way in. So I always kind of wonder where the jury is actually, but I think that they've done a good job of introducing doubt. Will it be enough? There's certainly a lot that the defense has in terms of appeal and all of that, but I really don't want to see Thug stay behind bars for all of that. And still has said that he didn't want a mistrial. I wonder if he still feels that way as they get into this case. But the rest of the state's witnesses that have plea deals need to be on that not recall language to keep themselves safe. I appreciate Thug and his crimson suit.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. How many songs, if you know, does Jeffrey Williams in his poetry talk about licks?
I don't know how many.
All right. In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. Three. Yeah, the
Okay.
3 counties.
I apologize. So in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffrey Williams' producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffrey Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffrey Williams you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH Blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio.
No.
All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
I think we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong.
Time to move? Make it easy with Open Door. Sell your home in any season for any reason. Start your move at opendoor.com.
Rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving, if you know.
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs, I'm just limited to rap songs, and if you don't know, just say, I don't know, talk about rounds in a vehicle?
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo, thank you. And then the next one, the next line or artwork is, they don't blame that, and I'm not going to say it, but BI blank CH for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a BI blank CH pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down, or.
How does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors, from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that that first line was in reference to the murder.
So
that was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay. Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the Tahoe?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. We know that. We know that just that particular first line, and he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
Do songs, in your experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook, maybe, or yes.
What'd you call it?
The hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And 12, I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to slime, SH blank T, killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I don't understand that question.
Is killing 12, that phrase, or killing 12, SH blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure it's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song, I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like, I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more than once.
All right, let me do this. Could you talk about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Can you pull up the picture more if possible, if it's not? Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right? Well, you see Jeffrey Williams in the center,
Yes.
bottom, center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
And who is that person, if you were?
Who, Brian Williams? Oh, I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, AKA D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, AKA OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But this been, like you said, 10 years ago almost.
Do you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens? Since
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Also known as Mounk Tounks?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman? If you
I
know?
don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I don't remember. I can't identify that person.
Okay. And how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. I want to go back to where we were. And I'd like to talk to you. I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released.
No, I'm sorry.
You said it's released. Give us a year again or a month again.
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay, so January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric. And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26th, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26th, 2015 date. Fair to say?
Yes, but that second part, he no longer mentioned me, it refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015, and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucy?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucy.
Yes.
Also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rayshawn Bennett. Right.
Okay. So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffrey Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever Jeffrey Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about he glad he takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffrey Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying what I saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the words before in the art, do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
Okay. You have it? Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Giving you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay. I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about,
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
how does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or it's slang for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke. So that's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the fried and crispy, I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these three songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something, or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops, and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about? Rap music.
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs?
It's a lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert, Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Have you ever been to a concert of any performer, rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at any when you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were two people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know, Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with Mr. Williams.
Do you know that person's performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube, or you can kind of look at what the words are, and the person is actually rapping it on a music video, and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mhm.
And in that one, you referenced, I done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, in my words, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that are made, or or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record, or I'm old, so could be a album or a cassette tape for all I know. But it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that, you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said
I think I said kitty, but I think it's cat.
That's fine. I think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something, but it's
The biggest kitty of the cats, I think I said, but I had it backwards. I think it's
that's fine.
We killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
And when it says we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach? May I approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before I made an arrow, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Find that.
Turn my back.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small.
Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before, or are we known to kill the biggest cats?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then goes right into.
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
So that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record? We don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it. I don't want to say all of it.
The song kind of, it talks about the beef that the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detective, they know all the business. So, on one hand, saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talking about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen where songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at, does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
What?
IF gang.
It does not.
I mean, that's and you're entitled to it, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's album releases, and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffrey Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffrey Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effects on an evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people, maybe around the tour bus incident, but
Okay.
I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident. So I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like the let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with Jeffrey or a song with Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, assume effects by the evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffrey Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffrey Williams rap music?
No.
And by that, I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event.
That
or-
wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
Let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have state's exhibit number? Do you mind playing for me? Let me show you with the court's, Soundable Court's permission, what's already been marked and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once
Yes.
it is announced? While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28th, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Woody.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing him.
Okay, so you're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I play 117E?
Yes.
As an Aaron. Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too, nigga. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you
No.
know? Okay. All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
I'm sure a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at all?
I did not.
Do you know who Future is? A performer, fabulous performer, Future.
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just
No, I can't think of one.
okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
It's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just
That sounds familiar. It seemed like I seen that on an album cover or something.
okay. And Future, an eagle. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl.
Yes. I
And
remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffrey Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of them, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the rodeo tour, or what known as the rodeo tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffrey Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No.
Do you know how many days he was physically in Atlanta area?
No.
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffrey Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed, like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that, he was on tour and gone a lot. So
when was the uptick again in the crime?
it started back in April.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you know where Jeffrey Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffrey Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Well, can I talk about that? The residents?
Yeah. Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes, some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No.
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
Same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for a considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffrey Williams initiate? I mean, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen.
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of concerts. You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know who got those flyers?
No.
Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015, do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know whether what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
All right.
Thank
Mr.
you.
App.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Apt. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Be it.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No.
And you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew
I didn't
what was
have to
going on?
question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media. But they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the guy
assuming.
stood on the
Hang
guy.
Let her finish her answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other. So try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Sorry.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say. You don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
He didn't have to follow the evidence?
He
or
wasn't
investigate?
happy.
It's possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and it had nothing to do with gang activity? Yeah, it is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in our people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
You also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
and that can be done in
it's
movies.
It's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing.
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No.
No.
Goodfellas.
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What about Al
didn't do
Pacino?
if he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said,
I would say argumentative, Your Honor.
okay. Did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession, sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the ops or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your?
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What do I got to do with anything?
Listen, you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect, it's
what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
Object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song, it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't give you any, I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas?
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me mixed up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Listen, Buddy came in hot. I'm so tickled, y'all. He had her up against the wall I
am not rich as hell. I work hard. I scrape to get by. Donald Trump wants to give tax breaks to billionaires, but Kamala Harris has plans to cut taxes for working people like me. I voted for Donald Trump before, but this time I'm voting for Kamala.
Listen, the beauty in what he just did, like, still definitely flame broil, but and not a but. But in addition to that, he just had her on the ropes. And the jury will have all of this in a transcript. Another state's witness bites the dust. Because just that piece of her saying that it's obvious they were involved in it. I mean, he's singing about it. He's singing about the lyrics, but then when you introduce some of these known characters and known songs, Bob Marley, it has to be at least one jury that knows of Bob Marley and some of these movies that he referenced. It kind of shredded her quote unquote theory. And then the question about the facts, like what facts do you have? She's trying to answer it, but he also just introduced that thought into the jury's mind as they're reading through these transcripts and they're back there deliberating. That was brilliant because he brought it back to the facts, and we haven't seen that at all. It's been all circumstantial, all theory. Um, you know, even the things that were supposed to be kind of solid. Child. That was good to me. And when he stood and crossed his arms, honey, this little round man, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I hope they're not at the bench too long, y'all. But that was good. I'm hoping Shark, I want to see what Shark comes in with. And I'm going to tell you guys, if he put his hands in his pocket, we might want to start ducking because that's when he starts cooking. Look at all the defense coming away from the bench. I also love when they have to go to the bench. It doesn't matter what attorney is going, the whole defense team goes there. Love it, love it, love it.
To Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well.
Okay.
Detective. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, you were saying that and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics.
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
You don't know. You don't know if his fingerprints.
I didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, You're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Come on up.
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator. Okay, retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay,
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. And I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident. That has nothing to do with this case,
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV
I did.
to the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, since because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert maybe.
Okay. Yes, I understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay, could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And and she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay, so she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor, it was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
The one that I do remember recently was Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right, Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians. The
Okay.
classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at Columbia Southern were professors, but they didn't talk about gangs.
Okay. And the how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that?
I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same. Yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it seems like
every class was law enforcement.
and the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay. And the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, in that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No,
You
I
ever
don't
hear-
know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but I don't. That's not anybody that came on the radar because he haven't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes,
Okay. And how many?
the three.
Okay. It was just those three.
Just these three.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring Fagiano?
Never heard of it. No,
Have you ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of this song?
No.
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I'll say objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, and so
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that video.
he depicts killing a heavyset African-American male. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions? No. All right, is there redirect? Go ahead.
Mr. Steele asked you when he was questioning you if any of these lyrics mention Donovan Thomas Jr.'s name inside of those songs. You recall
I
that line of
recall that
questioning?
question.
When you're listening to songs that may become a part of your investigation, do the ops usually say specifically the person's name, or is it more of a hidden message? What has been your experience when you're listening to the music that comes a part of your investigation?
My experience is not directly, saying the person's name is like sending a message, but like if that particular person or that person's group or person's gang know that I committed a crime or know that we have beef, then a lot of times they know it's obvious who they're
sending the message to.
And we say it's obvious, is it obvious to the opposition gang who the message is being targeted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you about whether or not anyone from the music industry came and taught your class. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
The classes that you took, were they focused on music or focused on gangs?
Focused on gangs.
And have you ever had anyone from the music industry come and talk to you about gangs?
No.
Court's indulgence.
All right, any recross by anybody? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Ladders to the stand.
All right. Welcome back, Ms. Latners. You're still under oath.
Sit down.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down. You're still under oath from your prior testimony.
Good afternoon.
Before coming to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity to review a CAD report and some 911 calls?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 November, 1 November Delta, and a disc marked that contains, I should say, 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo. And Ms. Latners, just look up at me if you've had opportunity to review that. Ms. Latners, are those the items that you reviewed before coming to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
And what are they?
Cover of the CAD report for February 23rd, 2019, and the 911 calls.
And is there any markings on that 911 disc that you marked on?
Yes, I placed my initials on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and associated 911 calls for that incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 November, 1 November Delta, and the disc that has 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Latners, I'm going to first publish 1 November. Ms. Latners, what is the date for this CAD report?
February 23rd, 2019.
And what did this call come in as?
Came in shots fired.
What was the call type and description when the call was complete?
Person shot.
What was the location for this person shot call on February 23rd, 2019?
50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest, Brandywine Townhouses, Atlanta.
In what zone is that, Ms. Latners?
Zone 3.
Now, what time was this CAD report a officer generated or 911 call?
911 calls.
What time was that call received by APD dispatch?
Call went up to dispatch at 04:37 a.m. hours.
Were officers dispatched at 04:37?
Yes.
Was the call received at 04:36:40?
The call came into 911 at 04:35. 911 sent it up to Zone 3, dispatched at 04:36.
And Ms. Latners, what time were those officers that were dispatched arrive on scene?
It shows 04:42 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, I wanted to draw your attention on, you see on page 2 of this CAD report,
Yes.
at the bottom, you have unit ID 1394, and it has a code of a LC. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
At the bottom of page 2,
Yes, ma'am.
1394 is the sergeant for that zone.
And what does that LC indicate?
Location change.
And what is, can you explain to the jury what that time and what that time is and what it reads afterwards?
Unit 1394 advised at 6:10 a.m. hours, he arrived at Grady Hospital.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 3, do you see the CAD narrative?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that first entry is at 4:35:54 a.m.?
The person advised the 911 call take a shots fired in that area at 50 Mount Zion Road.
And Ms. Latners, if you look 2 lines down at 4:36:40 a.m., what is the remarks indicate following that?
Call advised he heard 10 shots in the area.
Does it say 10 plus shots, Ms. Latners?
Plus shots in the area.
And if you look further down at 4:38 a.m., what does that CAD narrative remark indicate?
Well, it shows a call came from a T-Mobile. Then it says address at 2835 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, and they gave a phone number out, the person who called. It's a duplicate call.
And what is that last line at 4:38 a.m.?
It looked like second rounds of I heard from the hills of the apartments, did not see anything.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 4, do you see at 4:39 a.m. it starts with male caller?
Yes.
What does that remark section in this CAD narrative indicate for the jury?
Another caller called in, advised male caller David requested to speak with officer at apartment Y Yankee 5. He gave out his phone number.
And beneath that, where it starts at 4:47 a.m., what does that indicate? Starts with unit.
Advised a unit told his dispatcher, advised male inside a blue Charger in passenger side, possible 50 was shot to the head.
So that's possible signal 50 to the head.
Yes.
And is there a related CAD indicated beneath that at 4:48:56 a.m.?
He advised this incident is related to CAD number 190540456.
And Ms. Latners, if you look a couple lines beneath that at 4:54 a.m. that starts with ELU. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
The officer advised the dispatcher Blue Dodge charge, gave out the tag number, temporary tag number 245400289, which is a paper tag.
And Ms. Latners, what is immediately beneath that 1 minute later at 4:55 a.m.?
He advises dispatcher possible vehicle, possible code 19, which is a stolen vehicle out of Cobb County.
And Ms. Latners, at 5:07 a.m., do you see the CAD remark that starts with unit ADV?
Unit advised shell cases near building X-ray.
And Ms. Latners, what at the very bottom, or a couple lines from the bottom at 6:10 a.m., it has unit advise. Do you see that?
Yes, unit advised the victim is 48, which means a person is dead at 0609 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, is some of the 911 recordings that are on that disc pertain to this CAD report ending in 454 from February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish one November alpha.
All right.
Is it ready? Atlanta 911 operator 7198. What is the address of the emergency?
I live in an apartment called, they used to call it the Wood, but they call it the Crystals now. And the address is at 50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest. Someone out here shooting, about 10 shots.
Okay, do you want to speak with an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
No, ma'am. Can you have someone just come out here?
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Hmm?
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Your Honor, the state is going to publish one November Bravo at this time.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7357. What's the address to emergency? This is Atlanta. This is 911. What is the address to your emergency?
The address is 50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest. Apartment 15.
I can't. Apartment 15.
Y5.
Y5. Do you need fire, police, or ambulance?
Police.
What is your name?
David Goodman.
David, what's your phone number?
Your Honor, I'm just briefly muting the phone number.
That's fine.
Is there a gate code, sir?
No gate code.
No gate code. Okay. All right. Let's see. And what's the name of the apartment, sir?
Crystal Apartments.
You said Crystal Apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on out there, sir?
I just heard a bunch of shooting. I'm not sure if it was aimed at my apartment, but it sounded like it was aimed over here at our apartment.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Did you call already, sir? Because it's showing that we did get calls in reference to this.
No, this is my first time calling.
Okay, yes, sir. We did get a call about, do you want to speak to the police when they come out?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me confirm, you said you are in Y5, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get help out to you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
this night. And Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 November Delta.
All right.
Ms. Latner's with, is 1 November Delta the CAD report that was related to the first CAD report we discussed with the jury?
Yes.
And are the last three, what are the last three on this incident number for this CAD?
0456.
Did this come before or after the first CAD report we discussed?
After.
What is the location for this CAD?
Is advised Oak Drive and Pendleton Circus Southwest.
And what was the call type and description?
Shot fired.
Is it the same zone?
Yes.
And was this a 911 call or officer?
How about a pro football game in the city of Dublin, a vision concocted by me, Jameson, and no one else?
And what time did officers arrive?
0457 a.m. hours.
Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see the CAD narrative remarks?
He advised multiple shots fired in the area, no further.
And then is that last line at 4:48:56 a.m. reference the first CAD we discussed?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's at the very top or near the top on the front page. What is the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12.
Is that an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Was there also a 911 call that corresponded with this CAD report, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish 1 November echo at this time.
All right.
Atlanta 911, I'm 37087. What is the address? I believe this is Hello? Can you hear me? I can barely hear you, ma'am. It sounds like you're whispering. Yeah, because it just woke me up. There's a shooting going on in my neighborhood, and it sounds like it's coming from Oak Drive. Oak Drive and what other cross street? Pennington, Old Hateville. All right, how many shots did you hear? Oh, it was around, and then there was it sounded like it was another gun that was weaker than the first round that about 5-7 shots, and then there was a second gun that was going off, and that was about 3 or 4. Okay, did you hear anything else besides the shots being fired? Any vehicles speeding away, people yelling? Just the shots. Okay, we'll get someone out there to check the area. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Stop at 1 minute and 21 seconds. No further questions from the state, Ms. Latner. Thank you.
Any defense questioning?
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. I'm Attorney Dee Williams. I'm going to be very brief. I know you want to go.
Yes.
So looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact information of 911 callers?
Say that again.
Looking at the CAD reports, do officers have access to the contact of the 911 callers?
Most of the time, officer want to talk to the caller, he would ask his dispatch to call the caller back.
And do all the 911 calls go over the radio or just to dispatch?
The 911 calls goes to dispatch. Dispatch the officer out.
Okay.
2 different sections.
2 different ones? Okay, thank you. And then upon the request from the DA's office, your office turned over all the records regarding this incident?
Yes.
In all calls that require an officer on scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
Say that again?
All calls that require, I guess, are dispatched to a scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
The 911 call creates the CAD report for calls to come through 911. If an officer pulled out on a call, their dispatcher will create a CAD report for them.
Thank you, Ms. Latners.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Oh, help me.
All right, let's not comment on the various attorneys.
Hello. How long do 911 calls preserve?
Well, since Atlanta take over 1 million calls a year, our system can only hold so much. So the system purge out the 911 calls itself. We don't purge it out. The system does that.
How long does it, when you say purge, you're saying call on January 1, 2015, let's say, excuse me, January 11th, 12:04 a.m. January 11, 2015, 12:04 a.m. How long will that call last?
We should hold the call. 911 should hold the audio for at least 3 to 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
Years.
So in my January 11th, 12:04 a.m.
What year?
2015.
We will not have.
We're going up to approximately 2019,
We'll have 2019.
and then it's gone.
2015, we don't even have that system anymore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect?
Your Honor, one question. Ms. Latners, would CAD reports and 911 audios, are they subject to FOIA request?
Are they subject to what?
To Freedom of Information Act request?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All righty, any recross?
Do you know whether Mr. Jeffrey Williams was arrested on May 9th, 2022 in this case?
I can't answer that.
Do you know whether May 9th, 2022 is after January 11th, 2019?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You are excused.
I can leave.
You can leave. No idea whether they'll have you back again or not, but call your next witness. Yeah.
All right, looks like we're getting to the boring part. I don't know who the next witness is, or will they call someone after this? Oh, I thought I saw the camera moving. Yeah, we're coming back. It should be just about done though. Sometimes she likes to go to 5:30. I'll see who the next witness is.
Go to the next witness has got the first initial of M and the last name initial of S.
All right, thank you. Last name, right? Last name?
Yes.
We ready? Yes. Thank you. I can't see what's on that screen, so. Thanks. We're ready. Thank you.
going to be a whole group number 3?
Yes.
Let's see. Won't you state your first initial and your last name and spell your last name? Okay. Into that mic.
My first initial start with an M. My last name SMITH.
Say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 23.
And can you tell the jurors, did you grow up in the Atlanta area?
Yes.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Forest Hill and Maynard.
Okay. And back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors where you were working?
McDonald's on Moreland.
Okay. And what were your hours or the shift that you typically worked?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions about people you may know or may have known back in February of 2019. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Miss Tahira Hartfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you know her?
I grew up with her. I went to school with her. She was a friend back then.
Okay. And are you guys the same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said you grew up with her. You went to school with her. How many years would you say that you knew her?
From like the 5th grade to probably up to that time.
Okay. So 5th grade up until at least February of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, did you call her by her first name or did she have a nickname?
I mean, she had a nickname, but I call her by both.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors the times that you called her by her nickname, what was it?
Brazy.
Okay.
But I rarely called her that because I don't know her by that.
Okay. Did other people, when you guys were hanging out with your other friends, call her by that nickname?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an Instagram back in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did Miss Hartsfield, did she have one?
Yes.
Okay. And were you friends with her on Instagram? Were you familiar with her Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you.
These mushrooms make you feel better.
I'm sorry about that. I want you to look at States Exhibit 21 and 22 in, okay?
Yes.
And by looking at those, can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in States Exhibits 21 NN and 22 NN?
Yes.
Okay, and let's talk about first 21 NN. What is States Exhibit 21 NN a picture of?
Tahira Hartfield.
Okay, and is that her Instagram account that she had back in February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And in 22 NN, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that one?
Yes.
And how do you recognize the picture in 22 NN?
This me.
It's you?
Yes.
And is it your Instagram account back in February of 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and does both 21 NN and 22 NN represent the Instagram account for your friend, Ms. Hartsfield, as well as yourself back in February of 2019?
Yes.
At this time out of the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 21 NN and 22 NN.
M or N?
N, I'm sorry.
All right, Nancy. Those are admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back in February of 2019, did you know anyone by the nickname Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jurors, how did you know Little Rod?
I met him through Tahira.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, do you know Little Rod's real name?
No.
Okay. Did you always call him Little Rod?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you know somebody by the nickname of Bally?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you know um, the male whose nickname was Bally?
I was introduced by Tahira through both of them. I met them through her.
Okay. And do you remember, if we're talking about in relation to the shooting in February of 2019, how long, I guess, had you known the males with the nickname Bally and Little Rod?
I had just met them within that same month.
Within that same month?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, the male that you knew as the nickname Bally, did you know his real name?
Demond. But I'm like learned it from the stuff
Okay.
that's going on now. Yeah.
Okay. So did you know his last name back in 2019?
No.
Okay. So you just knew him by his nickname as Bally.
Yeah. I met them through her, so I didn't know them personally.
Okay. And you said you met him in the same month. Can you tell the jurors within that month how many times had you hung out with Bally and Lil Rod?
I mean, that first day I seen them, from that day, like the second day, we was going over there to Blaylock them house every night. Like, it was never a dull moment. Like, we was having fun. So when that situation occurred, it was just like came out of nowhere.
Okay. And you said you would go to whose house and hang out and have
Blaylock.
fun and chill?
Blaylock.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many times do you think that you went to Blaylock's or
I'm not
Bally's
sure.
house?
I'm not sure.
Okay. More than once?
Yeah, it was more than one.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to go to the person you knew by the name of Lil Rod?
I mean, we all just used to be right there at Blaylock house.
Okay. And do you remember, I know it's been some time, where or what general area that Blaylock's house was?
I just knew it was on Cleveland. I'm not familiar with over there because I don't hang over there. I just went to school over there. I was introduced to over there by them. I don't hang over there. I don't know nothing about Cleveland for real.
Okay. And you said off of Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the times that you spent with Lil Rod and Bally, can you tell the jurors in your interactions with them, did they tell you they were in a gang?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember the detectives after this incident asking you if you knew if Lil Rod and Bally were in a gang?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that both Lil Rod and Bally were members of the YSL gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some other people that you may have known back in 2019. Did you know a male named BJ?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know his real name?
Bernard.
Okay. And how did you meet Bernard, or the person whose nickname was BJ?
I was long time friends with him. Like, he used to come over my house and stuff. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Okay. Was he friends with Miss Brazy?
I mean, I really don't know. I could just only speak for me, but we all was around each other one time. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess a better question is, did you and Miss Brazy and Mr. BJ, did you guys all hang out fairly often?
She didn't used to be with us, but when I used to hang with him, like, I used to see him in apartments and stuff like that. It was like a hey and bye situation.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors back on February 23rd of 2019, did you work that day? On the night of the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you work your regular shift or the hours that you talked about today, 3 to 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors after your shift at McDonald's was over, what did you do next?
I went home, took a shower, and I was there. Like, really the whole house was asleep. My mom, she was up and out. Like, my sister, them, she was downstairs asleep. Everybody kept really telling me not to go out the door and go out the house with her that night. But me, I just wanted to be hard headed, go with my friend, have fun. I went with my friend, and that's what went down.
Okay. And when you say go out of the house with her, who are you referring to?
I was with her, and we got in the car with Lil Rod.
So who's her?
Brazy, Tyra.
And so when you got home from work, was Brazy already at your house?
Yeah,
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why was she at your house?
because she was homeless, and she was already like asking me could she stay there and stuff. But my mom had already been telling me like she had to go prior to that, because I guess she was doing stuff or giving them little signs when I was at work about what was going to go on and stuff like that. So my mom told me she had to go, but she was staying with me.
Okay. And you said you guys were leaving the house. Who picked you up?
Lil Rod.
And can you tell the jurors if you got off from work around 11, you went home, what time would you say you left your house that you live with your mom and Miss Brazy?
I can't really remember what time we left.
Okay. Do you think you, after you got home from work, that you were home for an hour or 2 hours or longer?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what kind of car Lil Rob picked you up in?
Yes, it was a van.
It was a van?
Yes.
Remember what color?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I should have asked you this earlier, so I apologize. The people you're referring to as Little Rod and Bally, were they, do you know if they were around your same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you go to school with either one of them?
I'm not sure. I was introduced to them by her. Like, I didn't know them like that.
Okay. When you say her, who are you referring to?
Tahira.
Okay. Now, after Lil Rob picked you guys up, can you tell the jurors where did you go next?
I can't really remember.
Okay. What was the plans that night after you were leaving your mom's house?
I know, okay, we pulled up to Bally house. We got out the car. We went in the house and stuff like that. We in the house. I was talking to Blaylock then. Boom. After that, went downstairs, played the game. I dozed off. In the midst of me dozed off, I hear Tahira on the phone saying, pull up, we finna do one. Do one mean fuck.
Okay. Let's not tell me what anybody said. So you talk faster than any of us in the courtroom, okay? So let's just back up just a second. So you keep saying Blaylock and Bally. Is that the same person?
No.
Okay. So
yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. So the person you know is Bally is his real name or the name he was given at birth. His last name Blaylock. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that y'all went from your house when Little Rob picked you up. You went to Bally's house. Is that what you said? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors? Do you remember? I guess where the general area where Mr. Bally's house was?
I just knew it was some apartments. I don't remember, but I kind of do. Like if I go there, I remember, but I don't really remember.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors? Do you know or do you remember? You talked earlier about where you knew that Little Rod's house where he lived was off Cleveland. Do you know if the apartments you just described where Bally lived was close to the Cleveland house that you described where Little Rod lives?
Yeah, they stay across the street from each other.
Okay. Now, when you got to Bally's house, was it still just you, Miss Brazy, Lil Rod, and Bally? Was anybody else there?
I'm not sure. I just knew it was us four, though.
Okay. And you said once you got there, you dozed off? Yes?
Yeah, I went to sleep, and after that, I heard like
don't tell me what anyone said.
I heard her in the background. Boom. After that, I heard what she said. I got up. In the midst of me getting up, Blaylock attacked me. I went out the door. I see a Dodge blue Charger pulling up. Next thing you know, I went to the car because BJ rolled down his window. And he was like, Mariah, where they at? He was asking me where somebody was. Boom. After that, me and he was talking about going to do, like, get some weed.
Billionaires are paying less in taxes than we do.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for us and make billionaires pay their fair share. Kamala is fighting for us.
Was she talking to somebody in the room or was she talking on the phone?
She was never outside with me.
No.
When I went out the door.
When you.
Oh, she was over the phone. Yes, she was over the phone.
Conversation that woke you up was with Miss Brazy on the phone with, was it a male or a female?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
And you said then you went outside and there was a blue Charger? You gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you know anyone did you know a blue Charger was gonna pull up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you got outside and the blue Charger was there, did you recognize anyone inside the Charger?
Only BJ.
Okay. And was it just BJ in the car, or were there other people in the car?
It was 2 other people in the car, but I didn't know them.
Okay.
Never seen them.
Okay. Was this the first time you met him? Yes?
Yes.
And do you ever get into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got into the car, did you get introduced to, you said there was 2 other people in the car? Yes?
I mean, I can't really remember. I don't know. I just know we was all in the car and
Okay.
we drove to the other side.
Was BJ driving? Was he in the passenger seat?
BJ was driving.
Okay. And do you know who was in the front seat when you got in?
And Jamari.
Okay. And who was seated in the back seat with you?
Brazy was by the door. I was in the middle, and little boy Red was on the other side.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So you said that you went outside and you met BJ and the people you met that night as Jamari and Red. Can you tell the jurors, when does Brazy enter into the picture? When does she come outside?
She came outside when I got in the car.
Okay. And did she also get into the car?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Where in the car did she sit?
She sat by the door. I was in the middle.
Okay. So was she in the back with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell the jurors when everyone's in the car, where are you guys going next?
I guess we was going to get weed.
Okay.
After that, we pulled over there, whatever she led them to, some apartments I never been in. I'm sitting in the car for a little minute. Next day, you know, she get out the car, she leaves, she come back and get me as soon as I got the car.
Hold on, before we get there. So how far did you go from where BJ in the blue Charger picked you up and took you to buy some weed? How far was that trip?
I mean, it was across the street, literally across the street.
And I think I heard you say that Ms. Brazy directed BJ where to go? Yes?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you guys got there, do you remember inside the car, did you or anybody else give anyone any money to purchase marijuana?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. And so once you get there, can you tell the jurors, do you all go inside to an apartment or?
No, she get out the car first. Then next thing you know, she come back and get me out the car, and the car just got shot up all of a sudden. But when we get out the car and we started running, I seen Blaylock and Leroy running towards the car, like literally shooting the car. I saw them.
Okay. And had you ever been, you said this was an apartment complex. Had you ever been there before?
Never.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked. That's State's Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, through 19, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. All right, let's start with State's Exhibits 10, 11 and 12 NN, okay? Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
Because this were right here on this thing, I can't really.
Well,
know.
don't show us.
Okay.
Do you,
You can
have you-
show it to Mr. Abbasi, who's questioning you, just don't show it to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. I remember this right here because this where we was parked at. This the breezeway I ran down to go in the back with Tahira. We was in the bushes, hiding right here until Lorette came to get us. She led us through a cut. We got in the car with him. They took me back to Blaylock House.
Let me ask you this question. In States Exhibits 10 NN through 13 NN, do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex that you've described where you guys stopped to buy marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 10 through 13 NN.
Those are admitted.
Okay. Now I want to show you States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15 NN. And can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the photographs in States Exhibits?
Just the car that we was in that pulled up.
Okay. And is that vehicle or that's depicted in States Exhibits 14 through 16 and fairly and accurately depict the blue Charger that picked you up that night?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 14 NN through 16 NN.
Those are admitted.
Okay, so you said you did recognize and the vehicle depicted in States Exhibits 13, 14, and 15 NN fairly and accurately depict the Charger that picked you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 13 through 15 NN.
14 through 16 or 13 through 15?
I misspoke. It is.
All right, those are admitted. 14 through 16, right?
It's 13 through 15. I apologize.
Okay, so what was, I thought it was 10 through 13 the first time around. Was it only 10 through 12?
I apologize. I
That's
got
okay.
confused this late now. It's so 10 through 12 NN
Okay.
are the max.
All right.
And then the car is 13.
Okay, those are all admitted.
Okay, so I want to put up on the screen in front of you here in a second, States Exhibit 10 NN, okay?
Okay.
And it's going to pop up right in the computer right in front of you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Being put up. Ms. Smith, could you tell me, so you said you guys parked, the car parked?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
And how long was Ms. Brazy, how long was she gone from the car when she left to go to the apartment?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, was it a few minutes? Was it an hour?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Okay, and you said she came back?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the jurors, when she came back, why did she come back?
When she came back, she got me out the car. As soon as I got the car got shot up.
Okay, and Why they are pulling that up on the screen, I want to show you State Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. All right, so while that's getting put up there, can you tell me, do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19? And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those photographs?
Cause that's the breezeway we ran down.
Okay. Do those exhibits, the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19 and fairly and accurately depict, I guess, the apartment complex and the, bless you, the breezeway you said that you guys ran after the shooting started?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as 17 and through 19 and.
It's admitted.
All right. Okay. So can you show the jurors, do you see the red line that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 10 NN?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see where it starts near the parking spaces?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that where the car parked, the Charger that you guys were in when you arrived?
I'm not sure what spot, but it was somewhere right there.
Okay, was it in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, after the shooting started, you saw Little Rod and Bally, I guess, come running at the car, shooting at the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you kind of show the jurors the area which you saw them come running towards the vehicle with guns?
I mean, I really don't remember when I ran through the breezeway. I just knew I seen them.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember.
And in 18 and can you tell the jurors, is this the breezeway that you're talking about? As soon as it comes up. Do you see the breezeway?
Yes.
And is it the area in the middle of State's Exhibit 18 and where there's an opening with stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, you said you ran through that breezeway, and where did you go?
In some bushes with tire.
Okay. And the bushes, in relation to, I guess, the building that we're looking at, where you ran through the breezeway, where is this, I guess, the area with the bushes in the field?
I mean, the bushes was right there, literally, in the back. Like, as soon as we ran through the breezeway, the bushes was right there. It was a field in the bushes.
And State Exhibit 10 and which will be in front of you in 2 seconds. Can you kind of show the jurors, orient them kind of where you ran through the breezeway and past the buildings?
I mean, I'm assuming these the bushes right here.
Well, I don't want you to assume. So can you kind of circle the area or point to the area on the photograph?
You can't see it on the screen?
Oh, I forgot your screen isn't interactive. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk over here, okay? And I want you to tell me where to stop. So if this is the breezeway and you ran through it.
The bushes right there.
These bushes?
Mm-hmm.
So the bushes at the top left-hand corner of State Exhibit 10 NN?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to those the bushes or the area where the bushes were by yourself?
No, I was with Tahir. I ran in the bushes with her.
And you said you ran towards those bushes because you heard and saw Lil Rod and Bally shooting at the Charger.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors how many shots did you hear?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you hear one shot, two shot?
Multiple.
Okay, more than 10?
I'm not sure. I just know I heard shots.
Okay. And how long did you guys kind of, I guess, wait or stay in the bushes?
Not for long. Like after it happened, she led me through a cut with her, and we got in the car.
Okay. And prior to kind of going, I guess, through the cut into the car you just talked about, can you tell the jurors, as the shots are being fired at the Charger, who's inside of it?
BJ, Jamari, and Red.
Okay. And as the shots are kind of ringing out and being fired towards the car, can you tell the jurors, do you see the Charger that BJ, Jamari, and the person you knew as Red were in? Does it stay there or does it move?
It stopped. The car stopped, and only 2 people got out.
Okay. And when you say it stopped, how far did it get from the area you described where you guys had parked?
I'm not really sure. I just know I seen the car after.
Okay.
When we was in the bushes and stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you saw the car after when you guys were in the bushes, do you see anybody get out of the car?
Only 2 people.
Okay. And do you, at the time the 2 people get out of the car, do you know who it is?
BJ and Red.
Okay. And
I didn't know at that time, but now I know.
Okay. So at that time, you only knew 2 people got out of the car.
I never knew who they was though.
Okay. And you said you guys were in the bushes for a little while, and then you said your friend Miss Brazy, she led you through a cut. Yes.
Yes.
And how far, I guess, from the bushes, or how long does it take you to get from the bushes and through the cut to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it a long walk?
I mean, I really can't remember like that. It's been so long.
Okay. And once you said, how did the car know, I guess, to where to pick you up?
I don't know. I was following her.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Lil Rod.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was it the same car that Little Rod had picked you up in earlier that night from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got in the car, who was in it?
Just Lil Rod, me, and Tahir. That's it.
Okay. And where did you, Lil Rod, Miss Brazy, and you, where did y'all go next?
They took me back to Blaylock house.
Okay.
And we was there. They left, locked me in the basement, and went back to the scene.
Okay. And you said they locked you in a basement. Why did they lock you in the basement?
I don't know.
Okay.
The most because the mom came in, she was screaming and stuff. It's like she knew what was going on, and she locked me back inside the basement. After that,
Whose mom?
Blaylock.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, she was in a rage. She was looking for her son.
Okay. And did the time that you, I guess, are locked in the basement, did you have a phone?
Yes, I found like a little phone in there. I called my mom. I called her 2 times, but she never told me that no police was at her house right then. After that, I called my grandma. My grandma told me to call my mama back. I called my mama. My mama yelling and screaming, homicide at her door at this point. I tell my mom where I'm at. At this point, I'm scared. I really don't know what to do. I didn't tell them that I talked to my mom when they came back. They just kept telling me that we was going to the basketball court. They come back. I played like I ain't talked to nobody or nothing. We all get ready to go out the house. The police pull up. Everybody take out running except me.
Now, you said you found a phone in the basement to use. Did you have a phone that night? Your own phone?
No, I didn't have no phone. No.
Where was it?
I mean, I didn't have my particular phone on me. I don't even think I had a phone.
Okay.
At that moment.
And when you got back to Valley's house, and before they leave you in the basement, is Valley and Little Rod, is there any conversation about what just happened?
Yeah, like they was getting calls from people. People was telling them about
Speculation, hearsay.
And let me I'll ask a more direct question, okay? So, and I should ask you this first. So when you guys get to Bally's house, is he already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you three go back, I guess, you, Miss Brazy, and Lil Rod, you all go down to the basement. Is that where Bally is? Yes? Okay, so I just want to ask you these direct questions. So what do you hear Little Rod and Bally discussing about what happened with the shooting?
I mean, I really don't know what to say because they keep saying objection every time I say something. So I really don't know.
All right, I get it.
You don't worry about what they say. Just stop, and then if he asks you another question, unless you hear objection again, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
So just tell me what Bally and Little Rod say. Don't tell me what anybody else said, okay?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I
Okay.
really don't know.
Do they say, well, let me ask you this. Are they talking about the shooting of the Charger?
Yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I mean, I just hear Blaylock saying, "Oh man, I ain't know that was him." This and the third.
Okay, and does Little Rod say anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and as they continue to talk, would you say they're kind of bragging about the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then how long, I guess you guys, let me back up. You said you're going, when they get back, you said you go to a basketball court?
We didn't never make it there
Okay. And why didn't you ever make it there?
because the police came.
Okay. And you said when the police came, everybody else ran?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go with the police
Yes.
anywhere from, I guess, the area where the basketball court is?
Yes, I went with them.
All right. And where do you go?
Down to homicide investigation.
Okay. And do you remember, do you speak with a Detective Hogan and a Detective Casey?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, I guess, are talking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, does your sister, I guess, come down to APD
Yes.
headquarters?
Yes, she did.
And when you first begin to talk with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, is it just you and the two of them in the room?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. And tell me this, when you initially start, I guess, answering the questions that the detectives have for you, can you tell the jury, are you honest? Do you tell them the truth about what happened that night?
I mean, at first I was kind of shook up. I kind of lied a couple of times, but when my sister came in there, I felt more comfortable and told the truth.
Okay. And do you, I guess, kind of tell them a series of stories and lies about what you knew happened with the shooting of Jamari?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And why do you tell them several different stories or different lies as they're questioning you?
Because I was scared.
Response.
Self-serving what?
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
Could you ask me again?
So why don't you tell them the truth as they continue to ask you questions?
Because I was scared. I was feared. I never been in nothing like that. I don't even get in trouble. I don't even have a record. So,
What were you scared of?
I mean, life. Things go on.
Now, you said your sister, they let your sister eventually come in the room with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when she comes into the room, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why do you feel, or do you begin to tell them what you told the jury that you saw Bally and Lil Rod do to your friends inside the blue Charger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about your sister being in the room, I guess, makes you feel more comfortable to tell the truth?
Yes.
What about her being in the room?
I mean, I felt more comfortable
Okay. Why?
because that's my sister. She was there with me.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the speaking with the detectives, are you able to give them like the Instagram names or usernames for Little Rod and Bally?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you, I guess, do you look up Little Rod's Instagram and give them pictures
Yes.
or show them pictures? Okay. Let's see. So I want to show you in States Exhibits 23 NN and 24 NN. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Because that's Lil Rod.
Okay, and are those the photos of Little Rod that you showed and sent to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict or are copies of the photos that you showed and gave both Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 23 and 24, and as in Nancy, and as in Nancy.
Those are admitted.
All right, so I want to publish those photos. Now, in States Exhibit 23, is this how you, I guess, how Little Rod looked back in February of 2019?
Yes. I'm not sure if that's how he looked, but there was a picture of him.
Okay. And is that the same with States Exhibit 24 and as in Nancy and as in Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in both of those photos, person you've described as Little Rod is holding a gun?
Yes.
And does that, can you tell the jurors the guns that you see in either one of those photos, does it look similar to the gun that you saw Little Rod with on?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar what type of guns they had.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, we just talked about the guns. Can you describe to the jurors, do you remember telling the detectives or describing for the detectives I guess, the type of guns or the size of the guns that you saw that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay, do you remember describing?
Sustained.
Well, during that interview on February 23rd of 2019, do you remember describing, I guess, the length of one of the guns that you saw Little Rod with?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't remember describing for Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod with a long gun?
I probably did. It's been so long. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not sure for real.
And do you remember specifically talking about the statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally saying after they got back to, or after y'all got to Bally's house? Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember telling the specific statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally talking about at Bally's house to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019 during that interview?
I don't remember.
So do you don't remember telling Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you heard Little Rod say, "We really just popped them N-words"? Do you remember?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Bally, you heard Bally say, "Hell yeah, one."
I asked for a limiting instruction. It's not going B2E. This is spilling beans. I would object. Anything used against Mr. Will.
I don't know what the full thing is going to be.
I mean, I don't object to I guess the limiting instruction we've been giving as it relates to any statements previously made by any previous co-defendants.
I don't think that was exactly his objection. Y'all come up to the bench real fast for me.
All right, I'm gonna see if I have any fast forward time while we go to the bench. I don't think I do. No, we don't.
Okay.
So while they're doing this part, I'll just kind of fill us in on Lil Rod's space in this case. He is sitting over there to the right. His attorney is the soft spoken lady with the braids, and he has already been convicted of a murder case where he shot this kid. It was in, you know, Clayton County somewhere. I'm not sure if it's this particular shooting. It sounds like it because she's talking about Little Rod, but he is supposedly part of the YSL street gang, and they are tying this situation where he killed this guy to the furtherance of this gang. So even though this situation that they're speaking of doesn't have anything to do with Young Thug, he's not involved in it in any other way. The only thing that they're using to tie this is his relationship to Little Rod. And the defense position is, you know, Thug Jeffrey Williams is a successful rap artist that still kind of kept his ties in the hood, so to speak. And these people were kind of like part of his entourage, and they had their own personal lives, their own personal, you know, whatever, and agendas and whatever. And
All
these
right, ladies and gentlemen, I've already told you a couple of times that sometimes witness comes in, a testimony, evidence only comes in for a limited purpose or against only particular people, and this is another one of those circumstances.
I'm just going to pause her for just a second, and then we'll fast forward to them getting. Um, it's already been stated that that Thug never gave anybody any money, any assistance. He hasn't supported any of these. You know, like there's no connection other than from the defense, a social connection. But I just kind of wanted to fill that piece in. This murder that they're talking about is not part of the case. It is not part of the case as in somebody being charged with it. They are showing this as an intrinsic act. And again, they only need one proven intrinsic act to hang that RICO charge. Let's go.
So you have just heard and are going to hear or innocence of any of the other defendants in this case. I wish we'd done that beforehand, but yes.
It's already almost 5:30. She likes to stop at 5:30 from what I can remember. I haven't covered this in a few days, actually probably a couple weeks. But that last moment that we heard of this witness may be the very last thing. Um so I don't suspect us being here that much longer, but I just wanted to give you guys that point. Thank you so much to everybody still hanging out in the live. I lost a lot of people when we got to talking about Trump. I hope the reason was that we were just kind of past that witness, but it is what it is, right? I do appreciate all you guys that have been hanging out. It's been a very good, successful live for me today. So I greatly appreciate your support. I wonder what are they talking about and who is the next witness. I was looking at Thugger Daily. That's where I get a lot of my information, my in between information. And let's see. Okay, so it looks like the state is going to be putting on for the next few witnesses. It's all going to be about Little Rod's situation. This 2019 murder. And it's supposed to be two, a Bernard Mitchell Jr. and this kid. So I'm wondering why they locked her in the basement, like they said, and they were gonna go to the basketball court. Like, were they gonna do something to her because she was a witness? And then I found it very concerning that the mom, and I'm not gonna judge a mother in that sense, but it did kind of pique my ears where the mom came in on 20, wondering where her son was, knowing about all the commotion, and then locked this girl back in the basement. I can only imagine how scary that was for her. So I understand why her face isn't being shown and they only gave the initials of her. Um, but that was very, I won't say interesting, and I don't want to say so much as concerning, but it was something. I was like, wait a minute, what? And what were they going to do? Um, I guess thank goodness the police pulled up because it seems like she knows a lot and she saw a lot. But anyway, I found that interesting. I may see if I can get more information about that case. Little Rod's case is before it is in appeals court right now. His conviction, of course, there were some rights violated. Shocking, right? There's some technicalities going on over there. And it sounds like that conviction will get overturned from what I've heard in these YouTube streets. But I just wanted to kind of point that out too, because he's very young. He's the youngest one in all of this situation. There is also, I want to say, there is an issue of Miranda rights being read with him. And that's also tying into this case. I don't think the state ever gave the proof or the evidence that his Miranda rights were read. So there's quite a few things that are hanging in the balance about Little Rod's piece in this puzzle. Like I said, no one is being charged. with this murder that they're
Okay, so I just referenced, sorry, are you ready? I just referenced statements by Blaylock and Defendant Ryan, and what the court means to say is that according to this witness, statements were made, the court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact made, whether they exist or not. Okay, obviously it's up for you to determine all of the evidence in the case. So, okay. Back with the witness.
Cameraman is punched out, y'all. We should not be still looking at the seal. There we go.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Smith, we think we left off. Do you remember talking to and telling the detectives that you had then heard Bally, the person you've called Bally or Blaylock, say, hell yeah, one of them N-words dead twin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 20, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. And do you recognize the photograph depicted in 20NN?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that photo?
There was a little boy that was shot in the car.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the person you met that night as Jamari in that photograph?
Liberal Jeff Jackson is full of terrible ideas. As illegal immigrants flooded the border, Jackson
2NN? 20NN, I'm sorry.
20 and it's admitted.
Now, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you set up BJ, Jamari, and Red to be shot that night?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Bally and Little Rod were going to come running out, shooting at the Charger with BJ, Jamari, and Red?
No.
I want to say that kid was only 12 years old. When she said the little boy, I want to say he was like 12, between 12 and 14, but I don't think he was over 12. I'm also,
After all of this happened, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you fear for your life after this?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
Because my mama's house got shot up multiple times. I was working, I was receiving threats. People went to my sister's job. It was just a lot of stuff that happened pertaining to this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness? No, we need to go ahead and get moving on this. So it's time.
Judge being a hard, you know what? They could go ahead and adjourn until tomorrow. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I represent Rodalius Ryan. And I'm going to talk to you about what you testified to at the trial in September 2021. Do you remember testifying?
I kind of don't.
You don't remember?
No,
Do you
I don't.
That's fine. Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right.
Right, they're approaching again. With her saying that she can't read, I'm sorry, that she does know how to read, it sounds like the attorney is going to introduce that transcript from the 2021 case. If she gives that to her to read, then that also goes into evidence, I would think, for the jury to be able to have the background on that case and this witness. Again, this is a lot of work considering, you know, that case is already closed. But they do need at least one win if they're going to make this case stick. So we'll see how the defense does in dismantling this as a intrinsic act. They usually try to put distance between their clients and the person that is accused of that intrinsic act. So they will be trying to basically separate them from YSL.
I think we're going to break here for the
Good job.
day and start back again at 9. So I'm going to excuse y'all with your same instructions as always.
So she's going to have to come back and testify tomorrow and be there for cross for the defense.
And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry to have to make you come back tomorrow, but we're going to need you back here at 9 tomorrow as well. I think it was just going to take too long to get through it all today. So sorry about that. All right, you're excused. Yeah.
All right, you guys. We won't be able to hear what they're discussing at the bench anyway. So it has to do with her testimony. If I come back on tomorrow, it'll be around the same time, around noon, so I can have the fast forward piece. If the defense cross examines before noon, I will come on. I'm not that much interested in what else the prosecution will draw out. I really want to see how the defense cross examine her and if they can unweave this intrinsic act. I think this kid was 12 years old. That's very heartbreaking. But at the same time, I'm trying to keep my focus on what applies to this case. And as I've stated, I'm team defense unless they show me something otherwise, and I don't see that happening with the state. So I appreciate everyone who joined this live stream today. I did not expect all of the support, and I so appreciate everyone who joined, all the people that contributed in the chat. Like, that was wonderful. I don't stream this trial every day, it's very time consuming. And there's a lot that I try to offer on this channel. So, just in terms of, you know, our community and in those spaces. So this was fun. It was a great day in court, in my opinion. And we got to see Steele cook some and Shark and a new player, the bald headed attorney that was so animated. I'd like to see him more. He's very passionate. So, anyway, I'm going to end it here today. I will probably be back on tomorrow because I said I do want to see her cross. I appreciate everyone that has joined this live stream today. You guys have no idea how much I appreciate that support. It is your girl, Duchess. I love you guys down. I thank you so much. And I'm out.